10, 9, 8, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this episode that is full of fun, festivities, and lot more. Today's episode, we have brought for you not a special topic, but something really special. After the festivity of Navratri, as we all look forward for Diwali celebrations and what's going to happen next week at Trafalgar Square, where Diwali in London is going to take place. And after the successful night of Diwali Story, a musical premiere at Royal Albert Hall, it's time to hear from all the contributors as well as the experts and the people who have been a part to make this a real success, and also take some wishes and fun experiences from them. Before we dive into this, let's start with Gayatri Mantra and wish everyone a successful festive season ahead. Joining your hands, closing your eyes. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Festive season with lot of fun, new exploration, new experiences, and also some spiritual vibes. As the Indian tradition, as well as the belief system of ingrained culture, of religious ethics, as well as the firm belief of Indians, where so many hearts all over the world bound to wait for this festive season, where people wait and look forward to enjoy of Ram Aayenge, Aayenge, Ram Aayenge. And therefore, from Durga Ma to Ram Aayenge, this whole journey of the festival days, which people look forward, is celebrated world over with lot of enthusiasm. And that's why, with so much of hard work and so much of efforts that people put together to make Diwali in London a success, as well as a lot of efforts that people have put together to make Diwali Story a successful event last night, it's time to hear from the people who have been the backbone of this. warmly like to welcome our two profound people from Healing Our Earth, our founder and director Neil Kumar, as well as our technical director Nishit Kotak from London. Global namaste to both of you and a very warm welcome. Good afternoon.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, Nishit. Global Namaste, Amrita in India. What a spectacular and enthralling performance we saw at the Royal Albert Hall last evening. First time ever, Diwali was portrayed in form of Ramayan, Sampurn Ramayan that culminated into Diwali, a spectacular, thrilling performance, packed house, packed audience. Nishit, of course, you were involved in many departments. You were the asset creative director, and you generated some songs from AI, which was premiered at the world famous Royal Albert Hall. What was going on in your mind? Tell us more about it, Nishit.
Absolutely. So it was a wonderful evening. I think we were nearly, we can say, house full. And it was a wonderfully put together event. Of course, the Diwali Story, a musical, was conceived and brought to life in just a matter of a few months, which is a near impossible timeline for a production at this scale. And what started off just as a spark of inspiration became a full theatrical experience celebrating the spirit of Diwali, light over darkness, hope over despair. And the wonderful thing that I found was that every decision, from the storyline and the score to the costumes, choreography, and visual design, was made under intense time pressure, but guided by a shared sense of purpose by everybody working in the team. And so that was wonderful to see. And yes, indeed, we had, I think, one of the largest screens in recent times that we've seen at the Royal Albert Hall. And that really brought the visuals to life. And the Ramayan is a very visual story as well. So it really helped to make it an even better experience for everybody.
And Nishit, you were one of the visual creator as well, together with the Ultimate team, which you and Rohan actually created just from the base, and then the masala was put on it, the animation, and
Absolutely.
current time generation. It was so thrilling that we had the one looking like a one, the forest. We had the whole Vanar community, which were the forest community actually, looking like the forest community. We use the power of the green screen to actually bring our characters from a live screen onto the stage with the lights out and everything. How wonderful it was. Was it tough for you because you don't come from film production? How did you jump into it? How were you inspired to jump into it?
Well, I would say the initial point of inspiration would be the Palan Foundation or Sanatan Events, who produced the entire show, because they are the team that have put together the whole creative team, which is so diverse. So whether it is myself working on visuals along with Rohan and the other teams, or myself working with KK and Co on the music, whether it is with me and Mr. Nitin Palan working on the lyrics of a particular song. So it is just everybody working together. That was the sort of driving force behind everything.
And of course, Ranu Mehta Radia and Nilima had a first vision of what they want on the scene, and they started talking to you. From there, you suddenly went home for 2, 3 weeks and you said, let me surprise them by saying, is this what you were talking about? And they said, yes, they started getting idea of what the visuals will be. They had no perception that it's going to be a massive screen with the visuals. Okay. And then we got them animated. So it was such a wonderful journey at the beginning. You're almost now a producer and a director of productions. We have learned so many games. Uh, you are obviously simply amazing. And you mentioned Palan Foundation, which is headed by Sri Nitin Palan and Kamo Palan. And obviously, Sri Nitin Palan started as a promoter, became producer, and ultimately became a co-director as well. So I think that was amazing how everything was put together. And shortly, Ranu Metaradia will be coming, Nilima will be coming, Shivali, the project manager, will be coming. We, of course, had a special guest appearance from Sairam Iyer from Mumbai and the
Yes.
SSGD group. So, Amrita, you missed out. Royal Albert Hall, the world's #1 venue. And that actually rocked it last night with complete capacity crowd who were really finding the spectacular show. Okay, Nishit, when you get a chance, if you could just host me so I can change names
Yep.
and everything to people. Amrita, so what are your thoughts? You were lucky you've seen some private videos on it.
Yeah, of course. That's what, Neil, I think that I it's not important to have your own eyes. It's very important to have multiple eyes, and that can give you a lot of big vision to see into things. And I'm really grateful to have people so talented around me who are in such a positive mode to give society and give the community the best of what they can. And the most important thing which I find is sustenance of the culture far beyond the parameters and the boundaries of India. And that just thrills my heart over. And I really feel very proud to be a part of the community where the cultures are still sustaining and the hearts still pound. Yes, I'm an Indian and I'm proud of the legacy that India has. Being an Indian, I have and I hold. And I think that's what it is about. And that's what the festivity of colors is about India, because India is about colors and with a lot of fun. Uh, I think everyone, what I see the performances, everyone is really thrilled. Everyone has an aura of a divine appearance when they are even doing so. Very fantastic job done by Nitin Palanji and Kanu Palanji, because it is really very amazing to see off the ground from India away and at such a good place. It's really very amazing, and I feel really happy. For congratulations from my side, as well as all Healing Our Earth family. I would like to congratulate everyone. Thank you.
You are proud that our own Nishit Kotak is not just a technical director in healing. He was
Oh,
the
sure.
asset creative director and the AI generator and the dancer at the end. And we have got
Yeah.
a one-stop solution. And Nishit, I think Saurabh is here. Saurabh played a very important role last night. Saurabh, when you are ready, if you could switch your video on, we would like to talk to you. How thrilling it was for you last night at the Royal Albert Hall. So, Nishit, what is the
Yep.
take on
As we
memory?
wait for Saurabh, one thing comes to mind. Well, actually, two things come to mind. Number one was volunteers and community groups that came together in an extraordinary way, embodying, the very unity that the story speaks about. And then the second thing was, of course, we had our partners in the Royal Albert Hall team who, everything from the event managers to the rigging crew, health and safety officers, marketing support. So they were a really good partner for us in the event, helping us to meet it, in record time, all the requirements. And as we wait for Saurabh to come on, but every event does not come just plain sailing. There have to be some challenges. It's like any other story. You come across challenges, and the biggest challenge for us, I think, was the timeline, aligning the over 100 participants, technical crew, creative directors in just a few months, while at the same time meeting the hall's requirements that are strict for
So,
safety, rigging, and sustainability, and all those things.
Nishit, just to correct you, not over 100, with the crew, the technical, the production, the artists, the whole lot was over 240 because we had so many gang at the back helping them. We had 194 just performance, including the children. So Albert Hall had never seen that many people ever. So it was like a challenge fitting everything in. And of course, you mentioned the logistic and people working behind, which was led by our Nilesh Badiani from Sai School of Aero and Alpesh. It was all new for them in Albert Hall, but they are not new to the tasks. They carry out those tasks in other big events. Here it was a different challenge. But Nishit,
Yes.
everybody was fed right from the breakfast to the takeaway home. Tell
Oh,
us
yes.
about the food. I mean, it was
You
constantly
start the
going
day with
on.
masala. You start the day with a good cup of masala tea, and then everything goes well from there.
And then you had the aloo poha as well in the morning, didn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
With the hari
So
mirch
it
and
was
the
a very busy day with a 5 o'clock wake up, and I think we got home at 1 o'clock at night.
wow, you must be amazing. If you can last
But
from 5 o'clock till midnight, you are a powerhouse.
but the other challenge we had was creating something new without changing tradition too much. So it was a balance of devotional content with theatrical production values as well. So those were the couple of challenges we had within the time scale we were
So
in.
Nishir, if you could keep that Garba video ready, we'll play it minus sound.
Which one?
Just the first video, if you see in the Albert Hall, is Garba and it will play it minus sound. Saurav, if you can make your video landscape, we can bring you in. He played one of the most important role and he was so good at it. Saurav, if you can make your video, if you can hear us, if you make it landscape, your video, just like everybody else, then we can chat to you. And we are going to go to Saurav. He's trying to make his video landscape. Meanwhile, Nishit, if you can bring the Jigger Sonys and the Garba, it's so kaleidoscopic. I love the background. We'll play it minus sound, but we'll talk over it while you're doing that. So, and shortly we're gonna go to AJ Karna and
If you could allow me screen share, then I can share.
for a change, I have a chance to allow him a screen share. Look at that. This is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, off you go. There you are. You're confirmed now. Amrita, why are you laughing at this?
Yeah, sometimes the table turns, so it gives me happiness because of that. Otherwise, it's always
Well,
Nishit
it
bhai
always
asking
turns
me.
because I have to beg to him, don't I? That look, can you make me a host, please? Okay, look at this. Look at this, Amrita. It's buffering. Maybe Nishit, let it play once or twice. The buffer, then the black screen. Look at that. So this was the SSGD. And the lady in the middle, she actually does the choreography for Bollywood actresses. That's Jigar's wife. And they flew to India just for this as a guest appearance. They just voluntarily wanted to play the guest appearance, and it's so beautiful. And you can see the massive screen there, Amrita. The whole Albert Hall
Yeah.
was taken over with Indian culture. This is a Garba,
Yeah.
I think it's Dudete Bari Talavadi, is what they were dancing to. Very popular Garba number. And the outfits, and we loved it. You know, it was so good and simply mesmerizing over there. Nishit, what was highlight for you?
For me, the highlight was the reveal of Ravan was one of the highlights. And the
Wow.
other highlight for me was the Lakshmiji song.
Which we would like to let people know was created by Nishit and Nitin Palan. They are the
Yes.
one day they rang me on Saturday at 1:42 p.m. I know that because 2 o'clock we were doing something. I said, are you free? Yeah. Can you listen to this song we have produced? So I said, okay, maybe two Mickey Mouse getting together because both of them are my friend, you know, never done. And I was so pleased straight away. I closed my eyes and I loved the words Lakshmiji was giving to the children, that the parents are also very important because they give us values. And from there on, I told Nishit and Nitin Bhai, hey, I want this song. Can you please develop it? We are definitely having it in the AI version itself. We didn't allow others to change it. What we did allow, Nishit, isn't it, that we allowed the music composer director for us to say you can fine tune it and live sing it, isn't it?
That's it.
Are you proud, Nishit, that you got yourself in as a music composer from AI generation as well?
Well, the Royal Albert Hall is renowned as being the top acoustics place in the
Venue,
UK.
yes.
They have the best sound in the UK, you can say. And to have my songs being played there, of course, is a very good feeling.
And it wasn't just that you saw the smile on Nitin Bhai's face, you know. He said, my song is on Albert Hall, and we are going to bring that on Trafalgar Square, aren't we?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's such a wonderful. And another person who was there was Moni Deepa. She was
Yes,
the start of the scene. Maybe if she's here and ready, it would be very nice to even chat with her. Moni Deepa, if you put your video on, and she actually started the event with a depiction of a prayer, didn't she? And it was so beautiful. Again, Manidipa, when you're ready, just put your video on. Saurabh, you did come live, but we need your landscape. Anyway, if you are portrait, don't worry, just put your video on. It'll be fine. From Healing Our Art, Meeta was there as well. She enjoyed, and we are going to go to Ishita and other people who got the workshop at Diwali on Trafalgar Square. Nishit, I know that you are busy for a while and you'll be back again. So we'll
absolutely.
let you go. We are very proud of you. You're not just a technical director at Healing Our Art and the marketing director at Healing Our Art. Now you are a producer and a director as well.
I want to share just one thing. For example, the first song was the song for the birth of the princess. It's titled Aya Anand.
Yes.
And it's sung from the, a mixture of the king, the queens, and the praja. And I will just share that song that went on was maybe beyond 200 variations we done of that song before we settled on one that we all liked. So
Wow.
much thought and effort had gone into it.
And how beautiful it was depicted up on the stage over there. I love that, and I also love the Badai or Badai. Okay, Saurav is here. Nishidi, of course, remember Saurav. Saurav, Global Namaste. You can unmute yourself. Saurav, you are a co-host. Saurav,
Yeah,
how are
namaste
you?
everyone. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. I'm still in the trance of yesterday.
You're very much on trance, and you were one of the lead characters. Tell us which character were you playing?
Yeah, I was playing Ravan, the main
Can you prove it? Can you
antagonist.
prove it? You're playing Ravan. Can you laugh like a Ravan?
I'm actually outside walking on the road. If I life like I don't know
Everybody will
how
join
people
me.
will react here. My
So,
voice is
Amrita,
completely gone. Yesterday, like I was too much excited and put too much pressure over my voice just to play
yes.
this Ravan. I did during rehearsal. Every time I'm just playing this one and just doing all my act with the same voice. But when yesterday I was on stage, the ambience, the overall environment out there, it simply give me the next level energy, and just I put everything from my side. And yes,
You
of
did.
course, yes, all of you is thanks to all of you, means who is the management team, production team, and of course the creators, artistic directors, choreographers, everyone. The way they have designed the entire event, any actors like me, they always feel like it's like an achievement. Thank you so
It,
much.
it was brilliant. Ranuben, who first cast you because he was a casting director, she has got a fond memory of you. Then came our movement director and artistic director, Rohan and Shruti, and the producer. And yesterday, you got your own mic as well. You were the only one with the mic who was enjoying himself
Yes.
and laughter.
Yes, that's again that's was quite challenging for me too, because I have to hold that mic turned off when I'm coming on the stage. Just I had have to turn on my mic first, go on stage. I have to show my laugh, but other than that, all the other dialogues I have to be mine. Yeah,
So you
things are
were
quite challenging, but yes, yes, please.
and you were laughing just like Ravan. You rocked the place. And it was so amazing. It was so wonderful to see you there. Your outfit, your depiction, your throwbacks on the stage, and your Ravanous look was so dangerous over there that I think everybody enjoyed. Right at the end, there was a 4-year-old girl who demanded to the security that they come and talk to somebody who's in charge, and then they want to see and meet the characters. And only
Mm.
Dasrat was left there at the end, and she insisted. So Nilima, Amrita, she was only 4 years old. So the head of security came to me and said, "Are you okay?" She comes. I said, "Of course." And she came and said, "I want to talk to everybody, please." You know, and it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful, but we only had Dasrat. So Ravan, you are still in the euphoria of Albert Hall, are you?
Yes, still I'm there. I'm just walking outside doing some other stuff, but yes, my mind is still there.
So sort of stay around when you are at the stable. I want
Yes,
people
sir.
to hear your laugh, okay? I mean your roar and a laugh. So when you are in a private moment, wherever you are,
Okay,
or
sure.
even if few people are surrounded, let them get scared of Ravan. We want that laughter coming in a while, okay? So stay around. I'll come back to you, okay?
Yes, sure, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saurav. So that was Saurav who played Ravan's role, very important role in Ramayan, and his laughter and everything was very good. Anukul, you missed out on the premiere of Diwali at the world's iconic center, which is Royal Albert Hall, and it was a capacity crowd, so it was so beautiful. Shortly, Anukul, before we talk to you, let's talk about the another Diwali that's coming on Diwali on Trafalgar Square. And AJ Karna, his name is more like Karnakar, but because he's got family and linked with the name as well, he's going to tell us. So AJ, this will be first time at Trafalgar Square. You will be having your own dance workshop and teaching people. Tell us more about it. Over to you and a global namaste.
Hello guys. Hello Global
Global
Namaste.
Namaste.
Yeah, hello guys. Hello everyone. First thing I would like to say thank you for for these opportunities for performing in front of many people because I've been there last year but I didn't get a chance to perform. Luckily I got this time. I definitely I'll give my best and I'll entertain people and I'll engage with the people. I'll bring that energy from the people and I'll make everyone feel more celebrating and everything.
And what kind of workshop are you planning to do there?
So I'm mixture of Bollywood come hip hop, mostly like Western, let's say Western style and a mix of Bollywood and hip hop. You know, I
So our
usually do the
Anukul,
Zumba instructor actually. So I'll mix with the Bollywood
Mm.
who are like fitness Zumba. So I'll mix with the Zumba with the Bollywood. So that's my style
Mm.
actually. So this time I'll do the Bollywood with hip hop.
and it's very appropriate to greet a surgeon Anukul Goswami because he loves hip hop as well. He has done some maybe hip operations or something. Anukul, global namaste to you. How are you? You can unmute yourself if you
Unmute
unmute yourself.
yourself, please.
That's right. Global Namaste. Oh yes, I certainly like I certainly like the hips.
Yes.
I don't understand much of the hip hop. I'm very much into the so-called classical dance forms
Yes.
because it is very in depth. So I was trying to compare the various kind of, in fact, the psychological and the spiritual impact of the various kind of dance forms and what impact it has done, what impact it has on your physiology, and what in fact it has on your mind, and how it
Mm.
affects your cultural connectivity. So, and where does it come from, and what are the various issues that you're handling it? So, for every kind of, it is interesting to see that when people get involved in spiritual activity, you tend to dance. Now, whether you see the ISKCON people dancing on the road, they've got a different dance form. The people who do hip hop also put a different type of dance form. And then you have got Kathakali and Bharatnatyam and Odissi and whole lot of, and if you go to the Northeast, the various kind of dance forms. And I've been in Mizoram, Nagaland, their dance forms are different. It's amazing how it is culturally integrating. So hip hop actually will have possibly a combination of various issues. But one is that you have an energy that is in yourself that you manifest in dances. But another thing is how to channelize the energy in a direction where you can manage your how you can manifest your thought process. So what the current hip hop does not have is that how to channelize your thought process. That is my general view when I see the people dancing in the Bollywood. What do you call that? So whatever form of dance form these are. But in reality, it's a question of generalizing your energy in a way you can express your thoughts. And I was talking to one of my very close relatives who is from the Indian schools of dance and drama in Delhi. And she was amazing because she's doing a PhD in dance, and in that, and she's a Bharatanatyam dancer. How the various chakras are being affected, and how she gets various kind of thought process while in the during the process of dancing is just amazing. So it's something worth looking into. But I just when I'm seeing dances, unfortunately, I'm a very critical guy, so I try to see what is happening here, physiologically, emotionally, socially, culturally, and how is it manifesting and changing the things. It's all very great. I'm sure Karma is going to tell us much more about this.
So Karnas, you can go maybe up north of England and meet Surgeon Anupul Goswami, and you two can create some sort of a scientific background medically and dancingly. What do you say?
Yes. Actually, I'm doing research on like how Zumba Bollywood impact in our lives.
Oh,
People,
fantastic.
because people are spending time more hours in a gyms rather than spending on dance. So how this Zumba Bollywood workshop will change their lives, in fitness. So no need to go to gym, because you can enjoy the dance as well as you can be fit and kind of stuff.
So another person who
Yeah.
has got the workshop is Ishita.
Yeah.
Ishita, if you can landscape your video, if you do it like others, landscape, beautiful, and do it landscape, and then yeah, now flip it so it's landscape correct. You are lopsided at the moment. Just flip your camera so it will fall into landscape mode, and then we can chit chat with you before you go. Monideepa, yes, we need you there because you started the kickstart, and Rushabh, stand by. We are going to talk. So, Ishita, you are landscape, but you are lopsided. So, flip your camera. Uh, if you are on an Android, just flip it. If you are on an iPhone, top slide and then just correct it. If you don't know, you can go back portrait. We will talk to you. So, yes, go back portrait. Let's bring Ishita there as well. Karna, she will be there as well as a workshop. Ishita, global namaste to you, and it's for you first time as well, or Trafalgar Square. How are you?
Namaste. I'm good. I'm good. I'm really sorry. I don't know how to flip this into landscape mode, so I'm just gonna work with portrait. But yeah, I'm good. So just introducing myself to everyone. My name's Ishita, and I am a Kathak trained dancer. I've been training in Kathak for 18 years, and it was very interesting to actually hear Anukul speak about the chakras, because my Guruji, we've done a lot of productions on very interesting topics like chakras and then Ashtanayika, and there's a lot to explore in Indian classical dance, which is something I believe. I've trained in Kathak under Guru Vidushi Shashmita Banerjee in India. And now I've moved to London, so I was looking for chances to spread the joy that Kathak brings. My workshop is going to be Kathak, but we're going to add elements of flamenco into it. So I'm going to bring skirt play and fans and footwork and claps and things that flamenco also has a lot in common with Kathak. And I'm going to do the
Wow.
workshop.
So you are
Thank you.
going to merge the Indian classical Kathak into flamenco, the European style of the Spanish. That's going to be rocking now. That's going to be a workshop and a half. And Anupul, you need to attend to that workshop. You will love it.
Well, I think I want to add up something more.
Sorry?
It is originally modification of the dance from Gujarat and
Oh,
Rajasthan area. That flamenco dance came from there, by the way. If you see the beats and the way you put your feet, steppings and all, it is interestingly from Gujarat to start with.
that's interesting.
Interesting how the world is. Because the Roman people,
And
Romania is a big part of the Indian population which had moved in approximately 2,000, 2,500 years ago. And they still have
Mhm.
maintained the traditions. And you will still find temples when you go to Romania, by the way.
Okay.
So it's interesting, and they have introduced many of these dance forms there, which is a part of the flamenco dance baile.
so this is going to be, it's going to be awesome. Ishita is going to bring classical Kathak into flamenco. Karna is going to bring Zumba into fitness and Bollywood. Isn't that going to be exciting that all of them are going to do different kind of workshop at different hours in a packed crowd of the square where they got their own workshop marquee where they're going to work? Amrita, you love dancing as well, don't you? What do you think?
Yeah, I love dancing as well. And and above, Nikumar, when I was just listening to everyone, I'd like to give some wellness tips to everybody. So when I was thinking about the Ravana's roaring, and we look forward to hear from him as well, I just wanted to say him that if he can do some warm gargles with basil leaves 3 times a day, that will be very helpful. I think that the routines when we do any event is very time chasing and it's very demanding, and so we get very exhausted. It's very important to take care of yourself in those days, specifically when you are routinely doing an overwork of practices apart from your normal routines. So in that case, staying hydrated first of all is very important, and having good nutrients is very important in terms of the liquids. So stay hydrated in the form of fruit juices or other things that will be helpful. Always give a very good body massage with warm oil, any oil that is good for you, which is sesame oil, coconut oil, but it should be warm, or almond oil, and take a hot shower. It will relax you. And if you're in a bathtub, then you can add some lavender oil to that, or some rosemary oil or other oils that will help you in giving a good relaxation. Apart from that, having herbal decoctions and herbal teas will boost your immunity, will make you stay hydrated. Different kind of soups will give you vital energies, nutrients as replenishment with the flavors, and will also enhance your mood. So all these things I think would be very beneficial. So all those who are the part of the DOTS Diwali 2025 can take this as a tip, and all those who have been a part of Royal Albert Hall Diwali practices can take this as a tip to practice it for few days in the coming zones before you come to a normal mode. That's what it is. And I love dancing, and I look forward maybe one day I want to learn all this from all of you. Thank you so much.
Wow. So what a wonderful tips. And when you were talking about the tips, our kitchen producer, who is also Art
Yeah.
of Living qualified teacher, she loves all those things. Global namaste to you, Seema in Hong Kong. How
Global
are you?
Namaste, Seema-ji.
A warm global namaste to all of you. First of all, I have been receiving a lot of messages from friends of mine in the UK saying how wonderful last night's event was. So a very, very big congratulations to each and every one of you. So much hard work, dedication, and effort has been put into the Diwali story. I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. You guys have made history. Really, you've made history, because I feel personally this is something that needs to be screened in each and every country worldwide. And I think, Mr. Neil Kumar, we need to bring this on in Hong Kong and in Asia and Africa, your home.
It is coming. It's coming. Hong Kong, Dubai, Singapore. It's coming everywhere, and it's gonna be rocking. And we're gonna talk more about it. It was so super, so spectacular that even I must say so that it was completely brilliant, and everybody loved it. It was nice. I think it needs to be a mainstream event. We're going to talk about Diwali Story in a moment. Seema, because you've got Karna here, we've got Moni Deepa, who's going to appear on the Trafalgar Square. We've got Rushabh, who will be in workshop. Ishita is the first time in there. You, of course, have been part in the Diwali on Trafalgar Square for 2-3 years as a part of the team as well. What are your thoughts? Tell Ishita and Karna what Diwali on Trafalgar Square is like.
Diwali in Trafalgar Square is such a wonderful event. You know, I moved to UK 5 years ago. I've just come back to Hong Kong, by the way, and I lived there for 5 years, settling my girls. And Diwali on Trafalgar Square is such a fantastic way to connect with the community now. One of the amazing things you feel about London is that distances are so great and people don't get to meet up. But if you're on the square, mark my words, you're going to bump into people from Bombay. You're going to bump in, which is my husband's hometown. You're going to bump into people from Hong Kong. I bumped into a friend of mine from Hong Kong. You're going to bump into people from different parts of the UK, where you just, connect with them over phone call. So it brings the community together. It's a great cultural celebration. And it's not only for the Indian diaspora in the UK. I have seen people from all walks of life and all cultures coming and enjoying our festive colors, our celebrations. I've seen foreigners wearing saris. Isn't that beautiful, Ishita? You're a dancer. And Dr. Ankul, if you see people from different cultures coming and dressing up in all the colors of Diwali, I think we have a sari stand, right, Neil Kumar ji?
Indeed, we have a sari stand. We give out 750 free saris to the visiting indigenous population. We help them put as well. They are free saris. And then we also do safa and a turban tying as well. So the men don't feel let out because women love donning their outfit, but men love donning their safa or something just to show, that, hey, we are also equal in this humanity. And that sari, when they wear, then they join Garba, and we do open ground Garba there. It's very electric. Seema, you mentioned that you see people from different countries. Well, Karna, Ishita, and Rushabh, who is up there,
Hello.
they're actually all from India. They are not necessarily from UK, but they are either studying here or they're on an interim or they are doing things. So it's so wonderful this year to give them opportunity. All three of you are very lucky. You must have a lot of influence over there to know somebody down there. So it's very good that you are there and you will love it. Seema has always been there. Let's bring Rushabh. Rushabh, you can unmute yourself. Again, he's going to bring different flair of workshop. What kind of workshop are you going to bring at Trafalgar Square, Rushabh?
Yeah, I'm gonna do like Garba workshop over there. Like first we do folk dance, and later on we will teach like Garba over there. Like it's
Garba.
like Navaratri.
Garba. So Navratri is just finished. So Rushabh said, let's get the flair going on, and there will be
Yeah.
Garba earlier on the square. So that's going to be fun. Rushabh, you are going to meet Ishita and Karna there as well. They've also got a session there, as has the Bhavan, as has Nina, as has Nishi. So many people have got different session. It's just way of gifting them a talent, so it brings their talent out into the public. Seema, of course, once you ran a workshop. Let's go to Seema. Let's go to Moni Deepa. Moni Deepa was smiling. A soul who was a global namaste to you, Moni Deepa. How are you? You can unmute yourself.
I'm good, thank you. Still in trance.
And Monideepa,
Yes.
obviously, you were looking gorgeous, and you opened the Diwali story with a depiction of a prayer while the conch players were there, and the prayers from the Swaminarayan temple were there, weren't you?
Yes.
How
Yes.
did you feel when you were on the stage and it was the beginning?
I can't even express it through words. It was like I was having goosebumps, and it was the divine feeling we were getting at the beginning of the show, and that divine blessings only told us that okay, we are going to get a great show today. So, and it was like it. So
Was
amazing
it
experience. Thanks to you all who brought this opportunity to us, and we all were amazed, especially during the Shanti prayers, but which I did. It was all very divine, and it was so grateful to Lord, so grateful to you all for giving this opportunity.
and you are going to see yourself on the Z for the first time ever. Albert Hall allowed the program to go out as an ex gratia. We convinced them this is Diwali. On Diwali is a beautiful time and is the first time on the earth at Albert Hall. And we agreed, and they agreed that we can actually telecast that. So Z, our partners, one of the biggest channels stemming from India, during Diwali, we'll be showing Diwali Story, a musical. Aren't you excited, Manideepa?
Beyond excited.
So someday maybe you'll take me on the stage as well.
Yes, of course. Very
Wow.
soon.
Beautiful. Look, I'm so lucky. It's nice to make the friends. And Monideepa, you are also lucky enough to be part of Diwali on Trafalgar Square.
Correct. Yes.
And what are you
So,
going to perform at Diwali on Trafalgar Square?
so the performance we have planned is a semi-classical fusion. The music, the audio tracks are based on Shiva Tandava Stotra and mix of Shiva Panchakshara Stotra. And this was created with a thought that whenever we are angry, to manage our anger. So this is kind of anger management, you can say. Uh, the movements we do, which are very much energetic and very much exhausting, if we are using such movements, we may control our anger instead of doing something wrong while we are angry. So the movements are based on Kalari Pai too. And as I'm an Odissi dancer, so there will be flavors of Odissi, but Tandava structure. So this is our performance for on stage, Trafalgar Square.
And you talked about fusion and everything. You saw Ishita smiling because she's going to fuse Kathak and flamenco.
I have
And
heard.
both of you are in London. You should maybe get together.
Hmm?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Uh,
definitely, sometime.
And that's what Seema said. Diwali on Trafalgar Square is about mixture of culture, meeting people who you thought you would never meet, and spreading the Sanatan way of life in its form of culture and the values. Anakul, you love, don't you? You love Sanatan
And
matters and
oh
you
yes,
love the values.
talking about Ravana some time ago. I
Yes,
just wondered if you have seen this particular book called 10 Heads of Ravana. Can you see that? It's a
yes.
beautiful
Yeah.
book. It's just the second head, which is related to Krodha and how you control the Krodha. And it's amazing how in my clinical practice, I see lots of people with Krodha. People get angry about nothing. They hit the wall, they break the fingers. And I said, oh, that's you enjoyed
True.
yourself. Did the wall break? Did your hand break? and,
True.
and they say, yes. If you, and then they suffer with their left committees. But it's not merely physical anger, but how it affects you psychologically. It has a huge impact on you. So you must know how to control your emotions. And that's where I think your dance and your various shrotas, they are fantastic way of really manifesting as to how two people should know to control their mind and avoid getting angry. It's
Anakul,
very simple to
you mentioned about 10 heads. I think Monideepa was also part of one of the scene where some of her friends came from different places. Monideepa, talk about yesterday. We had few faces of the same character. Which one was it?
No, so yesterday I performed just the Shanti Stotra, but
Yes.
the Ravana scenes you have seen yesterday, Shiva Stotram of Ravana, and the 10 head scene, the Sita abduction scene, was choreographed by me. And
fantastic.
yes, of course, Rohan was the artistic director, but the choreography for Ravana scenes was done by me.
So, Anakul, there it was, what you mentioned yesterday. And we actually had different heads in different places on Albert Hall and we spotlighted them. So it was so beautiful. And Monideepa mentioned our artistic and the movement directors, Rohan and Shruti, who had worked very hard together with other choreographers. So that's
Yes.
what Monideepa is trying to see, because the euphoria of last night, I think, will last for, I don't know, many years to come. And of course, while she was choreographing Ravana, she liked Ravan so much, she took Ravan at home at night, didn't you, Monideepa?
Yes, Saurav is my husband, so Ravana is my
Oh,
husband. So
now,
we
now
both
I
are
know it's your husband, because I see you were chatting him up and say I shall be going the same car, and I was wondering that you were picking somebody up. Let's bring him. Is Saurabh? Let's see if he's here. He was here earlier. He's
yes, he was
maybe
out for work earlier.
he's shy. Uh,
Oh, oh,
so now
why,
that
why
makes
should
all.
we be shy? I mean, yeah, we are husband and wife, and we are dancers, and I was in IT, but he's still in IT, and we are following our passion through theater and dance. That's how we live our life. And we are blessed to associated with such artistic people. We feel
And
blessed.
both of you were wonderful. It was so nice, and we were just talking about his ravenous laugh, there, and he enjoyed himself so much. Seema,
Yes.
Seema, so Monideepa is lucky that she was part of Albert Hall and Trafalgar Square. As we say bye to Ishita, Kathak and Flamenco, you're gonna rock it. Get ready to be next Sunday, and you will have never been in a place like that in your life, or maybe never will you, because you are at the world's #1 square, and Monideepa was in the world's #1 venue. So we wish you all the
Absolutely.
best.
I'm so excited to meet every one of you. Thank you.
And have a
Okay.
good time, Ishita, and we'll see you next Sunday, okay?
Yes.
Sure.
See you
Thank you
too.
so much.
Bye bye.
Namaste to you. So,
Namaste.
Namaste.
so we
Namaste.
come back over here. So Monideepa, you are lucky that you were in Albert Hall and you're going to be at Trafalgar Square. You yourself are a
Very lucky.
choreographer.
Very grateful.
Seema will tell you what she felt when she came from Hong Kong about 5, 6 years back. It was first time she walked in, not just as a guest, she walked in as she was, I think, in Sarita's Marquis. She was in yoga place. Her friend last year was in yoga as well. Seema, what is Monideepa going to expect there?
Oh, Monideepa, you're going to have so much fun. I can't tell you. And you're going to meet so many people. And when you enter, the energy is so vibrant. And, India is so colorful. Every state celebrates different colors. So you'll see women dressed up gorgeously in traditional attire. You'll also not only see Indian women dressed up in Indian attire, as I mentioned, you might see women and men from different parts of the world celebrating our culture. We have such a rich cultural heritage that we have.
Seema, Seema, you
Very.
talk, Seema, you talk about outfit dressing. Monideepa dolled herself because she was the opening act as a depiction of a prayer. So she
Then
had put an outfit and an attire that was
amazing.
befitting just exactly that what you described.
And the stage shows and the dances and the public interacts so beautifully with everything that's going on, be it a meditation, or a little laughter yoga session in the marquee, or it could be uh, I think we have an art stand as well, right? There's someone who has an art shop over
Yes,
there.
there is.
And
There's a mixture. We have got a sari wearing, so which we discussed, and we've got a children's on where all the children get entertained, and we've got a puppet show as well, where there is puppet show going by Nilima Penumarthi. She's part of Healing Our Art Show. She will be also coming. She's become friends with Amrita. Amrita remembers puppet show quite well now because she's
and
been there,
dancing.
And
There's
you
dancing.
remember.
I have a point to add. I
Yes.
was just listening to Seema. It is amazing that you've shown up the very cultural aspect, which is, of course, very superficial and external. But the deep inside this particular aspect is the huge amount of moral and ethical aspects of the Hindu culture. The
Absolutely.
concept of sharing and recognizing what is right and what is wrong. The 10 heads of Ravana actually clearly describes all those aspects and the features that includes greed, your lust, and how to control over these, then
And
emotional attachment, arrogance, and how you avoid envy, and you how to control your mind and avoid restlessness of your mind. All these are very important aspects of the Indian cultural system, where you learn how to sort of distribute things to everybody without asking for anything. I mean, all our temples, all our gurdwaras, all over these things distribute food without asking for. This is not they were without saying that it's charity. It's just a normal work. So these are very. This might look very superficial, but in reality, they've got deep underlying aspects of moral and ethics.
absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think we have so much to offer the world. I take great pride in
Exactly.
being an Indian. I was not born in India, by the way. Uh, my parents, my mother hailed from pre-partition India, and my dad was from Punjab, and I was born in Nairobi, Kenya. But our parents instilled such strong cultural values within us, and we were brought up, going to the temple, hearing stories of Radha and Krishna on Janmashtami, listening to stories about Ravana and his 10 heads. My mom would always depict the story in a very dramatic way. She'd say, I'm Punjabi, so she would say, Das sar sige hude, he had 10 heads, and he was Acha, Lamba, Chora. And she would depict him as really, we were actually very scared of him when she'd tell us the story. But that's how we grew up, and then we grew up with Navratri being such a strong part of our culture. The Navratri, the Dandiyas, as we spoke about last session, Nilkumar, how we would, Amrita, you were there. We were sharing about Nairobi and how, we would start planning our outfits as young girls about a week before the Navratri Dandiyas, and how my mom would actually, I'll say it in Punjabi, and Amrita, I need you to translate this for me. Khetri bijna, growing the wheat. Am I right?
Yeah. So germination of those wheat grains, and then you,
As
do the
symbolism of abundance and
yes.
Manaki Toki,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. So
Toki,
making a seat for the Durga Ma actually. Yes.
So
And
I
then
need
prayers.
with you. When I was getting married, we had some cultural, some traditions for marital traditions in Kenya that are no longer practiced in India.
Yeah, that's
And so when I was getting married, my mom said, we have a chuni ceremony, and we have a very traditional, and you may call it backward ceremony in Punjab. It's called jago. And they sing a song, Jago Rati Aayo Na, a Punjabi song. And these are all the traditions that have come down. It's been carried down along generations in India, and perhaps some of them are forgotten now in modern India. But the non-resident Indians who live overseas hold on to that tradition because they want to pass it down to their children. And as a mother of two girls, I find myself doing the same now.
I think there's also something very interesting about this 10 heads of Ravana is that we always tend to forget to say that Ravana was very, very intelligent, and he was intellectually very, very, very strong. He was extremely well educated. He had all the knowledge of being a so-called Brahmin, and he was a big bhakt of Shiva, and he had enormous power. Unfortunately, he had a wrong intentions, and that wrong intention can make the best of intellectuals and best of knowledge go in the wrong direction. And I think that should be a lesson that we have to bring forward all our in terms of our knowledge and intellect and all. But if we are not honest in our intellectual manifestation or being what they call morally correct, we can do much more harm to the world.
So, Anakul, as you say that this practice is still carry on, you see the Sanatan value, the Indian knowledge system value that is spreading on and on. Seema says that external people outside India, the NRIs, not NRIs, Indian NRIs, the NRIs who are Indian by origin, they retain the culture better because in India you get it regularly, so you take it easy, but outside they have to go out of their way to do that. And Karna, which state are you from India?
I'm from Telangana.
Telangana, okay.
Hyderabad.
So again, you've got a different understanding of Navratri and Diwali, haven't you?
Yeah. So the Navaratri people who are from north obviously celebrating differently, and in south it's differently.
Yes.
The place where I'm lives now in Stratford, Avon 5, Newham. So we have some Dandiya nights, and I've been visiting that from last
Correct.
10 days. It was very amazing, and I'm excited to see how it will be at Trafalgar Square.
So the Navratri that you saw here is more Gujarati based. The
Yes,
actual
most of
Navratri worldwide. Yes,
yeah.
everywhere in
Uh,
the world, the Gujarati Navratri comes later than the normal Navratri, general Navratri. I shouldn't say normal. And wherever there is Gujarati, the Dandiya Ras is now even everybody has to practice 9 nights. It's become so famous world over. That is completely different. So Karna, we expect Trafalgar Square to be an experience that you have never experienced before. You are going to have a wonderful time over there, and it's something that you will cherish for your life. As the Seema, although she's in Hong Kong this year, so she won't be able to be there, but I'm sure she'll be connected to Diwali because everybody has got a fond memory. Stay around, we'll talk more about it. You are, of course, going to bring a flair of dance workshop over there. So stay around and we'll chat with you a bit later, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. So we're gonna go to Canada as well shortly with Jeffrey Armstrong, who is our resident contributor. He brings spiritual touch to Diwali and Navratri as well. We're going to go to Riti, who is part of Diwali on Trafalgar Square and also part of Healing Our Earth. So it's beautiful. Anakul, have you ever been to Diwali on Trafalgar Square?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Just 1 second, let me. Yes, we have gone. Yeah, fine. Anukul, have you been part of Healing Our Earth? Of Diwali on Trafalgar Square before?
No.
You have
I
never
wish
seen it?
I really want to one day.
Yes. So it's something that you should never miss out. It's an experience in itself. One of the big landmark event or what we say flagship event of the Trafalgar Square. You will really love it. It's really fantastic, and you should visit over there. Seema, Hong Kong. What did you go to Navratri this year?
No, I didn't get to go to Navratri this year because I've just moved back and my circumstances did not permit me to. I think, my mother-in-law isn't very well. But having said that, Navratri in Hong Kong is celebrated, not on as large a scale as it's celebrated in the UK. But what they do is they do hire out a hall or they go to the temple and the women get together and they play dandiya, garba, ras. They sing songs. They have mini satsangs in the afternoon as well, where they sing bhajans. Amrita said this in Punjabi, like Mata ke bhente. They have Mata ke bhente in the afternoon, and then of course it's a feast time because after that it's pakoras, like Diwali in London, pakoras and chai and jalebis and laddus and all,
Yes, the food
It's a
is very
You
much
forgot my
part of
favorite samosas.
festivities, and food
part
is
of
people meet up for dresses, food, friendship. So yesterday, Albert Hall, we started at 6 o'clock in the morning with breakfast. It was the aloo poha and gatia and hari mirch and masala chai. Then we ended up with a batata vada and debra and paneer and puri. And then in the evening, we went pasta and chips because children were there right through till midnight. And if that was not enough, everybody was given a takeaway bag so that they don't go hungry at all. So very nicely organized. Let's go to Sima, let's go to Canada as well and welcome our regular contributor who brings spiritual touch in different form. Riddhi, let's welcome Jeffrey Armstrong over here. And we have got our smiling, both of them are actually resident contributors. Please introduce both of them, Riddhi, and we chit chat about Navratri and Diwali and Albert Hall and Trafalgar Square and everybody together.
Global Namaste, everyone. Global Namaste, Sadhji,
Namaste.
Jeffrey G. So Jeffrey G serves on the Vedic Friends Association. He is the co-chairman. He's won several awards in ICCI for Indic knowledge, Indic astrology, and just Vedic Sanatan Dharma as a whole. He is a light bearer of Sanatan Dharma and is supported by Sandy G. Sandy G does a lot of the work at VASA, which is the Vedic Association of Science and Arts, and it's incredible to see the light that both of them bring. Yes, they're not from Hinduism, they're not from India, but their work speaks volumes more than anyone else when it comes to Vedic associations and Indian knowledge sciences. And it gives me a great privilege to introduce them both here today at Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, welcome.
And
Global
wonderful for
Namaste.
us.
Namaste. Thank you for having us, everybody. It's lovely to be here with everyone. And I know that you guys were up partying late last night, so you probably hardly had any sleep. So what a dedication for you guys to do this every week. And Jeffrey's available usually the first Sunday of the month. So we're always grateful that you host this program and you're so dedicated. So thank you.
But if there's one great thing we've learned from the Vedic Acharyas, it is yad yad acharati shveshtas tatad evetero janaha sayad pramanam kurute lokas tad anuvartate. The Vedic culture is to align ourselves with the light and stay in that, instead of going into the shadows and dark, to be in the embodiment of that and bring that light forth into the world, the true mission of anyone who becomes a guru. They're heavy with the weight of not being darkened by the world, and therefore they become light, and light personified and enlightened. They lighten everyone's load and aim them toward the highest goal. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you.
So Jeffrey, everybody knows on this podcast here what Diwali is, and of course everybody says that it's the festival of lights, and the fight of evil and over darkness, and it celebrates Ram and Sita's return to Ayodhya, and all the streets lit up when they returned after exile. These are the common interpretations of Diwali, but Jeffrey wanted to share a little bit something deeper today about Diwali, so I'll just let him share that with us, and we'll have a little bit more to learn about it.
I think one of the most important lifestyle notions that the Vedic culture has brought to the world forever, from its very inception, is that the presence of avatars took place within Bharat. And this was a descent in person of the persons of the Supreme Divine, and who are ultimately behind everything. This is something we don't see in cultures throughout the world in a consistent and highly developed way, because Sanskrit is the language that carries this message in the most detail and precision. And it is living in that precision that is the return of the light, and knowing what to do in the dark and how to go through the transitions. The full moon, Purnima, is the same way. So knowing that the Sura and Asura are an opportunity to align ourselves and our behavior with either the Devic group, the one who is enlightening the world at all times, or the Asuric group, who are dragging the world into selfish and total darkness by their behavior. And this is the struggle for existence that the culture of Bharat has brought to the world. Articulating this is called the Veda. The Veda is the bright light shining that teaches us how to align ourselves and become either Deva, Devic, or Asuric, Asura, with it or against the light at all times. And these celebrations, like Diwali, are to celebrate together in unison and align ourselves with one another and with these highest of all possible motives, that we will align ourselves with the Devas and Devis and the ultimate supreme, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and all of his associates. And the knowledge of this is the Vedic Vidya. That is the light that is shining from Bharat to the rest of the world. As one who's come in from the outside, you might say, it is fresh in my consciousness because I was born in the darkness. I was raised in the darkness. I was raised with no concept of true enlightenment. A few hints, Christmas. Okay. So we've got what? Different colored lights, and we cut down a tree. Wait a minute, that's not the idea. What is it really? Show me the real return of the masters and mistresses of Brahman. Show me the devas and devis. Yad yad acharati shreshtas, tatad evetaro janaha. Let me become like them and live as an example of enlightened behavior and align myself with what the cosmos is doing at all times in such a way that I point to it, acknowledge it, honor it, embody it, and become its personification. It's an honor to be here with you today. And this celebration is a year-long celebration, but we especially come together when we see the magnitude of the return of a light, or a light had been switched off and now we watch it come back. And we do this together because our common goal in the Vedic culture is ourselves and the world to be in the light of the divine, to behave accordingly, to align ourselves with that, and to live that as an example by becoming acharyas.
I think what you said, Jeffrey, about that this is the return of avatars, or acknowledging that there were avatars on the planet. And it's so easy to get caught up in the party and the celebrations, and we really forget why we're being reminded. And I think that's what I love so much about the Sanatana Dharma culture, is that you're constantly celebrating, as Jeffrey says, nature, but you're really celebrating the activities of the devas as they go through the cycle each year. And I think it's our responsibility always to pass this knowledge on to our children, about the real meaning. It's not just about presents and gifts and food and party, although, that's wonderful that it brings the community together. But don't ever let the stories of Ram and Sita and Hanuman disappear. They're such wonderful stories, and to the West, it may seem like crazy cartoon stories, but each of these stories, when you're taught by the teacher, has a meaning that lasts forever. I mean, just Jeffrey, I remember him once saying, our Western culture, our stories are about Snow White and Mickey Mouse. They have nothing, it's like these are the icons of the youth today, or the avatars of social media at the moment, whereas the real heroes are the Hanumans and the Ram and the Sitas and the Draupadis and Arjuna. And these are the things that really have the thousands and thousands of years of history and knowledge. And try not to be just superficial about it, but really dig deep into these stories. They're just live in your heart. At least they do in ours. Once I heard them, they just become role models. And the more you hear about them, the more you want to know about them, the more you can try to emulate the qualities of how these great beings lived. And we're always grateful to India and Bharat for that.
And an acharya is one who lives this every moment of every day, of every change that takes place within Prakriti. Instead, we're still in the morning reminding ourselves, Om Bhur Bhuvasva Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dio Yona Prachodayat. I relight the light within. And this is the Gayatri culture, the Gayatri. But this is the next step in that culture, is that the avatar comes to Earth, and it's not a rumor that there's such a being. It's the personification of that being. Yad yad acharati shreshtas, tatad evetaro janaha, sayat pramanam kurute, lokastad anuvartate. It is the pursuit of, by the whole world, of the most illuminating and luminous and brilliant beings who have come to Earth, and therefore remembering them is keeping the lights on. And that is enlightenment, and that is yoga. And so when the avatar finally comes, Yad Yad Charati Shreshtas, to teach by example, then this is the thing never to forget, always to remember and never to forget, that the culture of Bharat has been visited and messages were left behind. As one who comes in from the outside, who was truly born in the darkness, I have taken to this with an eagerness that is the result of that, being given something so beautiful after being born in the absolute darkness. And the closest thing to a little celebration of this was Christmas. We cut down trees and celebrate something, but it's not enough. It's a hint that there's more. I can still remember when one of my gurus said, well, if you love the sun, allow me to give you the mantra to the sun. I chanted all day long and all year long. Surya Aryaman Bhagatvastar Pushan Arka Savita Ravi Gavastimat Ajakala Mrityu Datar Prabhakara Prithiviyapas, and it goes all the way to 108. Gayatri is pointing us in the right direction. And then the next question is, the Sanskritam, the perfected language, carries more so that we can personify this and become Acharya.
Speaking of Gayatri, Jeffrey, you know, we've been teaching almost every year in Bali for years and years. And one of the wonderful traditions of Bali is they do the Gayatri morning and evening. And everything stops in the evening at the hotels and in the villages, where they just stop and they do the Gayatri. Quite often they have a group of people that lead everybody in Gayatri. Everything stops. Everybody looks at the sun and they chant Gayatri. I mean, what a culture that would do this every day for the benefit of everybody, of course, and the tourists. It just marks that sacred moment in the day where we say hello to the sun and we say goodnight to the sun. I mean, it's such a precious activity, and everybody else in the world just goes on with their day and they don't realize what a life-giving force, and they don't acknowledge it. The devas are out there working on our behalf, and we just go on with our day and we chase material things and
this is why
etc.
Ram and Sita, Krishna and his associates, it is Acharya, Yad Yad Acharati. The Vedic culture had the actual descent of the persons who are behind all of this. And that needs to be remembered. And remembering that every morning is called yoga. It's realigning myself, my true nature, my Atma, and the way that I live within Prakriti. So let's make sure that we add that. Therefore, my behavior should be sattvic. It should sustain life. It should benefit everyone. It is not just me. It is all of us together. And it is that alignment which is the devas. The devas are the persons behind Prakriti functioning in a regular way, in a way that we can live harmoniously together and show love and respect to one another. It's because we know the underlying rules of Prakriti are being conducted by the devas and devis. We celebrate them. We honor them at each of the appropriate moments. We live within Kala, but outside it. We live timelessly inside of time. And even that is an honoring of the changing of the guard, that the devas are all changing their posture. So acharya, so we can imitate them and also align ourselves with them. And that alignment is the asana. I'm doing it on purpose for a moment, just because even asanas and all of these details, and even our breath, has a perfected way of being practiced. This perfecting of our individuality by aligning it with the luminous characters of nature, not just qualities, personas. The Vedic civilization is the largest gathering of attention to the persons behind all of this, not to forget for a moment.
I posted in the chat there, Jeffrey did a really lovely series on the Vedic divines, and the one I posted was one called The Romance of Ram and Sita. And of course, he goes into the story, the full story of it for those who want a deeper understanding. But he did Radha Krishna, Ram Sita. And I remember, Jeffrey, you saying that both of the major epics of Bharat, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, began when the feminine divine was degraded in a way. I'll use that word more than that. You know that, but and he said that societies fall when the feminine divine is degraded, and you can see when the feminine divine is not held up. Look what's happening in our world today. It's been a horrible decline, and cultures that don't honor the feminine divine lose that link to the male-female divinity, and it doesn't do well in our society. Let's put it that way. Won't mention names, but you know where I'm going with that. So it's so important for our culture to continually remind the rest of the world, as Jeffrey brought up earlier, the devas and the asuras, be devas, be like devas. Remind people of sattva by your actions. Hello, Laura Plum. Welcome. Another wonderful author and teacher I see just jumped on. Nice to see everybody. Rid, do you want any questions from anybody?
Wow, what a fascinating reflection there to really look into the meaning of Diwali on such a deep introspection, to be able to see it for what it really is. A lot of us from childhood get the superficial message, which is Diwali is there to overcome the darkness with light. But we haven't really gone further. We haven't really delved deeper into what that message is there to tell us. So to actually hear it from a Vedic perspective, it's so enlightening and so refreshing for a lot of us to be able to go to that depth. And just last night, we've also had the Diwali Story happening at the Royal Albert Hall, which was produced by Neil Kumar and Nitin Palan and his wife. And
wonderful.
Wow, it's something that the UK really needed for such a long time, is to actually go into the histories of these Vedas, to be able to go into the depths. And we could see the audience members were literally on the sides of their seats, singing along, chanting along, dancing along. And it's just to be able to bring all of this back into perspective, back into what the true story and the true essence actually means and what it really stands for. And wow, I was mesmerized. The team last night literally blew this apart. Tickets were fully sold out. The Royal Albert Hall was literally just enlightened with so much perspectives and so much knowledge from everyone. And Neil Kumar, would you like to come on and say a few words?
Well, congratulations.
Namaste to all of you, Jeffrey, Sandy, Sandy, I always love your always love your smile. You and Jeffrey are always plastered with smile. I think that's a sign of spiritual happiness, and that's what it brings.
Well,
I love.
we thank you, culture, for that one.
We're so grateful for what we've received from the Vedic culture. That gratitude overflows all the time.
And Jeffrey, while Sandy was talking, what a nice that you two are friends, your partners, and you got same affinity to ancient culture, which is both of you love. You've got good affinity with India, and it's so nice that. And during this Diwali and Trafalgar Square, the Albert Hall, Diwali, Navratri, your common friend and my colleague Nitin Palan, it was he who introduced me to you. I don't remember long way back.
Yeah.
Okay. And last night, he was a promoter producer, and of course, me and him being buddy, we just make sure that everything was okay, and we were capacity crowd. It was kaleidoscopic, we had the biggest screen Albert Hall has seen over there, and it was so beautiful. It wasn't the fact that it was Diwali or Ramayan we wanted to bring. We wanted to bring the EDI solution, the Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion policy, which is what Albert Hall follows. And Sandy, you said it. It's not the gifts you give, it's the culture and the knowledge that you share with people. The Sanatan Dharma word, Dharma means religion, but the Sanatan way of life is a culture, the way of life, the reality, what happens in actuality. And that's what we spread yesterday. Most of the production was in English, so that other people and other communities can actually enjoy. And we didn't base too much on deep religion. It wasn't just bhajans and kirtan, but we brought the facets out there. It was so superb. Even we knew that we were what we were expecting, but even we were surprised. The nice thing was that the audience enjoyed. There was a different audience over there. Coming back to talking about Diwali and Navratri, Jeffrey and Sandy, where did the interest come to you two? I mean, how many years back, and how did the interest materialize in your mind, spirit, body, and soul?
Wow. Lifetimes ago, I think. I don't think you could pick up our avid interest if we hadn't done this before in a previous lifetime. I remember hearing Jeffrey say that when a person comes in and you hear the mantra, it awakens you and you have a memory of feels like home. And so for me, it happened, I don't know, maybe when I was 20, 21, I started following it. But when I started, I was in corporate, had my own business. I had to run 2 tracks because I couldn't really, let's just say there weren't very many Hindus in my circle. And so, you run 2 tracks. You have your weekend life and then you have your meditation life, but you can't really bring that into the real world. So I think when I met Jeffrey, I had pretty much decided, we both decided, he was 50 at the time when I met him, and we both decided that this is all we want to do for the rest of our life. But Jeffrey was actually in the ashram. My first marriage, I got married, and my honeymoon was in an ashram. So I spent a month in an ashram for my first honeymoon to my first husband, who was also a yogi. So I don't know. Jeffrey was far more hardcore than I was.
Or softcore, which is a final result.
Jeffrey, I agree with softcore, because that's what you are. In that hard personality comes the soft, spiritual heart that just emanates energy and say, hey, if you love me, follow what I do. If you don't, I'll try better later. So that's the bit that I love about you, Jeffrey. Anukul, you maybe have never interacted with Jeffrey and Sandy directly in the past. They're regular at Healing Our Earth. You've been listening patiently, and you are, of course, a top surgeon, orthopedic surgeon. What are your thoughts of what Jeffrey and Sandy were talking about earlier?
Thank you, Neil. My on this particular day. But let me tell that to you, Neil. I know Jeffrey for many, many years, only on the video. He does not know me that way, but I've been watching him for many years. So I know all his, I've heard many of his talks in a very big way. And I think I must also say a word about this light, the festival of light, Diwali. That's exactly what Jeffrey had just mentioned about, that it is not a festival of light like many of the people superficially say. I always consider light or lamp or diya, or for that matter, even a candle, to be the is there around you, both at spiritual level, at physical level, at moral level, and various other social level as well. I therefore find it a bit of contradiction. Many of our people who have taken up the idea of trying to put candles on their birthday and blowing it off. I said, see, this is not a part of our traditions. You never blow off a light. You never blow off a lamp. You always, for me, that particular light is central to understanding the world. And the instance Jeffrey told about this particular and of a Gayatri mantra, because it says, please illuminate my consciousness as well as my intellect so that I can differentiate between right and wrong. And that illumination and wisdom is not something that is casual. It's not even easy. So as I was talking something about, we might be intelligent, we might be knowledgeable, but if we do not have the right intellect to know what is right and wrong, we can misuse that knowledge for the wrong things. And I think that is what Diwali tells us. And it is far much deeper than merely a festival of light.
Yeah. So right.
So light.
So light.
It is so enlightening to be with an acharya. And the next step, so that we're very clear on it, is to be the embodiment of the truth, not just a preacher of it, a teacher of it, but show it in our every behavior. And this is when we begin to truly understand the Guru and truly look at every detail of how they behave and emulate them, not imitate, but emulate, become like, and ask the question, what are they always doing? And at the bottom of that question is the name of the Supreme Person and the Supreme Person are not different. Here, the name of things and the thing are different. It's called a pen. It's not a pen. It's a piece of plastic. But Krishna is Krishna. If I say Krishna, I'm with Krishna. And this ability to associate via the Sanskrit vibration given in the Vedic Vidya, and this showing us as an acharya how to do this. This is what the Guru gives us that no one can take away and that we hold on to with all our might. And then we softly try not to imitate, but to emulate, to become that, not just talk it. And therefore, Acharya teaches by personal behavior. And now the world has changed. We have Acharyas all trying to live, align themselves with the laws of nature, be careful and loving and compassionate for all beings. And all these characteristics that our great acharyas have showed us. We want to be like that.
Well, that is the benefit of coming together as a group, right? We have the example for everybody. And one of the great benefits of COVID, was that it became the Namaste culture of Bharat became almost a symbol around the world. We saw so many world leaders, instead of shaking hands, doing Namaste. And Modi, I think, also is a big thank you to that. He greeted everybody with a Namaste, and that spread around the world. I mean, now we have Ayurveda Day, we have Yoga International Day. Now, and here it's October is Hindu Heritage Month. All of these activities that the Bharat has gifted the world now are going around the world, and things that you did last night of educating people who didn't know about Diwali now have a little bit more knowledge. And I think you can see the Hindu culture around the world having a bigger voice, standing up into their own, because for those of us who have had the grace of gurus and have had the knowledge, we're working diligently to, sort of infiltrate the Western communities to share this knowledge. Sometimes they can't hear it from the Indians, and they can hear it, we're the intermediary. And but now, so many of you, your English is so good, you understand the crossover, and making these crossovers into the cultures. Nitin Palan, of course, has been at this for a long time, and he's certainly been a leader in London doing this. And we were very attracted to him probably 15 years ago because of his enthusiasm, and I know he's pretty much fully dedicated to this right now. So these are the things that the leaders of the Hindu communities really, and I can see it stepping up around the world because we're in touch with so many of you, and the KONA, for example, the Coalition of Hindus of North America, are making huge strides right now in well, for example, on the swastika, they're trying to make it illegal. If they make that illegal, they've taken a sacred symbol of Sanatan Dharma, which was misused, and they will try to, paint it and remove it. So I know they're doing a big fight to bring that to the forefront so people understand. So there's lots of organizations right now. We need to support them, was basically where I was going with that.
And that when COVID was named publicly, I said, well, almost. The cure for COVID is COVID.
COVID.
It's just a lack of the right vidya that is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the smallpox. And so it makes you small instead of it making you maha and an acharya. And humility is how we express being an acharya. We don't tell people what to do. We behave in such a way that they have an example. And that's the acharya, isn't it?
Rindy, I don't know how much time we have, but as you know, Jeffrey has, translates a lot of this Vedic wisdom into poetry. Do we have time for a poem?
We have indeed.
Well,
There
I
is
always
no.
say, Sadhji, the best way of actually looking at somebody that is truly living by example is by going within. When they go within, they discover so many assets which are actually permanent assets which can't be removed. And it's that trueness of actually going in where they can see the reflection of themselves as Bhagwan. And I believe Jeffrey G also has a poem around this that he would like to share. Please go ahead.
Can you read that, Jeffrey?
Yes. Bhagavan, this world is your reflection. My beloved, this world is your reflection, a carbon copy of your perfection, projected throughout eternity, the images of your endless beauty fill the air and vibrate through space, appearing as worlds in every place, in the heat and light that endlessly burns, as every revolving planet turns, the galaxies present, future, and past, sailing across the darkness vast, are merely dots and lines of code, broadcast by you in program mode. You, the painter with brush in hand, great architect of structures grand, skilled engineer, though whose engines run the dynamos that heat the sun, electrician filling the night with bolts, converted in the brain to picovolts, Hydraulics master, you pump the streams. Astronomer of stars that gleam. You set the limits and fix the speeds. Make us hungry, then fill our needs. Drive us mad with endless desire. Forge our bones with a hidden fire. Show us the gardens of paradise, then crush it all with glacial ice. Set the cosmic motions right, so planets hang in ebony night. Elliptical orbits like hidden tracks. They race away, then come right back. O master of endless revolution, whose hidden blade carves evolution. Your changing creations stay the same, secretly signed with your countless names. That subatomic signature can only be seen when the heart is pure. And though in all you are revealed, to the insincere your form is concealed. You sign each rock for those in bliss, but chained and locked the others miss the obvious to one obscure. The other could not be more sure. The open secret you design.
The line, oh mystery.
Oh mystery revealed in all. Each painting down your endless hall. The open secret you designed is what each Atma will someday find. But until then, beloved Govinda, your endless perfection is visible in their own reflection. Govinda Adi Purusha Tama Aham Bhajami Govinda Adi Purusha Tama Aham Bhajami Govinda. Our heart becomes transformed. We always remember and never forget, and spend our time giving back. This is the gift of the Guru, of the Acharya. They show us by their personal example, and we want to become like that. Yad yad acharati shrestha.
Thank you so much for having us on. Happy Diwali to everybody.
May you always remember and never forget. And whatever helps you remember, do that. What makes you forget?
Don't do that.
Don't do that. It's a
Happy
honor
Diwali,
and joy.
Safuji, Sandaji.
Happy
It's lovely
Diwali.
to have you with us once again as well. And I've got to say that poem absolutely reflects the mini Gita as well, to actually start to look into our hearts, to have the right bhavan socha with which we're meeting anything in life, and to actually allow that to see our true purpose in life and who we truly are. And it's fascinating to have these discussions with you as well, to be able to go deeper into the roots of Sanatana Dharma, into the Vedic sciences and mysteries, and to actually start to delve into the different themes and the different questions that arise as a result. And both of you having done the Bhagavad Gita comes alive, and bringing that truly into our lives is something that I just want to commend both of you for. It's taken a lot to be able to decipher the Sanskrit words, to be able to bring them into English in a way that they don't get lost in translation, but they are there for the common person, and it creates an ecosystem around us, not just people that are from Bharat themselves, but the wider community. wider community globally. And that is such a big sever to be able to look at things from that perspective and to then be able to reflect inward. And that's something that both of you do so, so well. And so I'm actually quite privileged to be able to announce that on the 7th of December, we have an episode that's going to be there for Indian knowledge systems. And I would like both of you to be able to lead this, to be able to look at it from the perspective of Bhagavad Gita. What are the themes? What are the key themes that are coming up? And how can we apply that into our modern day lives? How can we make it so that each one of us can actually benefit from the Kurukshetra in our own lives, from that psychological battle that's keeping us trapped in duality, and to be able to cross that path of duality with more ease, with more presence, with more clarity of mind and conviction.
We love
And I see you laughing.
And Rithi, we've got Laura Plum here, who is resting at the moment, but she still wants to deliver her message. Laura, go ahead, over to you.
You know, I'm so honored and humbled. I didn't in any way plan. I'm just here listening. Jeffrey and Sandy are dear, longtime teachers and friends. I'm so inspired. I used to live in London for many, many years. I'm so inspired to hear about the presentation you gave last night at the Royal Albert Hall. I hope that there's some way we can see it. I just will
Yes,
say,
is there? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was excited to see it too.
hopefully they'll let us know. All I would say is deep, deep gratitude. As Jeffrey and Sandy know, I am almost moved to tears, but there's that saying that Ubuntu, I am because you are. And I do truly feel I am because of the Vedic knowledge and my dear, dear teachers. And my life is what it is because of really all of you and all of the great wisdom keepers throughout the years of India and the great Himalayas. So just a great big thank you is really all I wanted to say and share.
And Laura, you mentioned that hopefully you'll see it. So, like I said, for history, first time ever, Albert Hall and our organization agreed that as an ex gratia, this event should be broadcast on television, and it was granted, and which is a news in itself. It will be broadcast on ZTV during the actual Diwali. So even the television are excited about it. It's very educational. We did put an embargo of people wanting to take recording and pictures, but it's wild on the social media already. You will see some spectacular kaleidoscopic backgrounds and dances. So nobody will miss out on there. And Jeffrey, Sandy, you saw she nearly got emotional because she's connected with deep spiritual souls like yourselves. And that's what it brings. Those emotions are not tearful ones. They are the ones they associate with closeness between one or the other. It's so beautiful, and I love the way. Anupol, you've been wondering, and you're just thinking, yes, you know Jeffrey for a long time, but yeah, you are talking to him live. You, of course, are a very prominent, one of the lead surgeons here in UK, and you still, although having retired, you still advise NHS on the legal matters. Your thoughts on the energy both Sandy and Jeffrey were sort of emanating through this personifying object, what we call the Zoom.
No, since I've heard him for so many years, let me say it very clearly that so many things some of my thoughts have been clarified by Jeffrey in the past through his YouTube and videos. I've heard many of them. So I have my gratitude to be given to him for making many of my thoughts very clear. Another point is that people like me are more in academics. I more take things more for analysis and see what's going on and at what level. But in reality, what Jeffries is typically is from the bhakti traditions. And once you have real bhakti and attitude towards anything which is devotional, you automatically reach what you call enlightenment, which people like me are constantly striving for. So I wished I had a real guru And I know by what I know from the concept of karma is that you will get a guru when you're meant to get one. You can't ask for it. It will happen when it has to happen. So I'm just waiting for the day to happen.
We asked Sandy how her interest got, and Jeffrey is an influential part of her interest. Jeffrey, how were you inspired so many years back? Was it because of particular? I mean, you were also, I think, very good. You're writing books, superfluous books, but I think you also produced some TV series, didn't you, in long way back as well? Not a series, but I think you did a documentary or something.
We've done many.
I'll say a few lines from a poem. I was born into a land confusion, conceived of chaos in delusion. By mistake, my mother left me lying there upon the street. I was born in a crazy world and somehow woke up to the point that I knew I had to find someone who was truly awake and could truly teach. And in that quest, I found the gurus of Bharat. And I went into their ashram and spent 5 years as a brahmachari, sleeping on the floor, teaching others how to do so, and doing everything I could to transform, to really have a second birth. And I think those of us all in this conversation met in previous lives. That's where we first got to know each other. And we all said, when we come back, let's remember together. Remember. Let's become a group with no boundaries, with no intimidation, with none of this finger pointing what you have to do, but enlightening and awakening and making the world as beautiful as it can be, could be, singing this, speaking this, and sharing it with love around the world. Mata Bhumi has offered us an opportunity.
And kudos to Healing Our Earth platform, which is actually doing this. It's bringing people together from around the world. There may be only a few of us on today, but I've watched that, there's thousands of people behind that see this some other time. And if one word that one of you says sparks someone to this knowledge, wonderful, because it changes your life for the better.
Darshan is the door.
Sandy,
Yes,
Jeffrey has just done that. He has given in what he described how he came into this, gives a hope to all those people who are right now reeling with turbulence in life, where they don't see anything is left. They might be having heavy turbulence. They might not know what is going to happen. They are completely confused. Jeffrey is your hope. That if you look for the path, you will get into it. And when you do, boy, oh boy, it will be a smooth ride to spirituality, what we call sukoon in Hindi and peace of mind in English. And then you will glide through. So don't worry. Whatever has been thrown into your path is what you have to lead, what might be coming. So don't be scared to open the doors. When you open, it will be bright and beautiful. If it's not, close the door and move on. Jeffrey is a live example here. And look at him being an expert. You've seen his books, you've read his book, you've seen his documentaries or presentations through a reel. Look where he is now. So right now, those who are in a confusion, in depression, in state of turbulence, there is an opening of a bright new door, and I think you should look for it. Jeffrey, we are very proud of you. Sandy, we are very proud of you. Both of you bring constant, beautiful energy, and you also do a lot of retreats. So is there any retreat being planned in the future?
We have the spring retreat coming up. We do 2 a year, generally speaking. There's one coming up in April in Vancouver. So jeffreyarmstrong.com, go to our event schedule. And Jeffrey's doing a marathon reading of the Bhagavad Gita October 16th and 17th. So be from 7 to 9 p.m. I know there's controversy. Gita Jayanti is usually celebrated in December, but there's been so much astronomical research recently through Nilesh Oak and others that the actual Gita was spoken October 16th, and we launched our Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive on that date. So he pushed the dating back 7,000 years rather than the 5,000 that everybody was currently understanding. So we're going to do a reading. Jeffrey's going to read it through completely. And for those of you who want to study it deeper, he offers a course on GitaComesAlive.com, and it's by membership. It's like a Netflix. So we did 5 seasons of explaining the Bhagavad Gita, first at the superficial, not superficial, but you know what I mean, at the basic level. He did the purports on it verbally on video, and then each season he went deeper. As you may or may not know, the Gita can be understood at numerous levels. So he did that. It was profound. I have to say, I've read the Gita, I don't know, 100 times at least, but it's one of those books that has lasted thousands and thousands of years because it is so profound. It transcends every century with wisdom, and it has wisdom that has been long lost that is important to know. So it's just one of those books that it should be read by everyone. And you know, Jeffrey calls it your owner's manual to life, and it really is. You can just pick it up, open it anywhere, any day, read a verse and be inspired. It's just that kind of book. And I also wanted to say, if I've got a minute, when I mentioned earlier about the feminine being denigrated in societies, Jeffrey's book, when we went through the Sanskrit, he realized that one of the things the colonizers did was they took out Shri. As you know, Shri Krishna is the feminine divine. And when the colonizers, who were originally British and translated it, they translated it Sri Krishna to Lord Krishna, effectively taking out the feminine. And just even using the word Lord is to lord over you. London or UK, British, I'll say the British colonizers are not the first caste system, but they certainly perfected the caste system, which they imposed upon India and then imposed it upon all of your books. So a good part of our work is to decolonize the text. So right now we've done the Bhagavad Gita and the Isha Upanishads. And, you know, in our lifetime, we probably won't be able to do another one, but we are hopefully inspiring younger scholars to start decolonizing all of the texts and taking the feminine out. If you go to our Bhagavad Gita, verse 701, and compare that last verse with any other Bhagavad Gita, I think it will open your eyes to see that the damage was done through the books. So, important point. Thank
And
you for
this is
bringing the
the
feminine.
power of actually having a satsanga as well, Jeffrey G, Sandy G. I think it's so important to be able to discuss these concepts as a sangha, which enables us then to start to think differently. Because a lot of these texts, they have been colonized. A lot of the libraries have been burnt. A lot of the scriptures have disappeared as a result.
Innocently, right? Because you have to understand, you guys are learning English, but it wasn't innocent from the people who were doing the translation initially. It was purposeful. That's what you realize.
But you know, two can play that game.
Yeah.
Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, and a Hari New Year.
How beautiful. Jeffrey, that's a new one to me. I think maybe you can do it again. That one is a new one to me. Anukul, you are laughing. It put a smile on your face. You were just wondering, why is Jeffrey going on about Christmas at the moment? Oh, hello, it's Sri Krishna, you know. Jeffrey, I think we want to hear that once again.
Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, Shri Vishnu Hari Krishna, and a Hari New Year.
And this is the thing
Good.
that I absolutely love about these kavitas, Jeffrey G, is the fact that you've actually looked deeper into the meanings behind each of these things before you've actually started to write your kavitas. And that really comes across when we start to look at the essence of what these kavitas actually mean on a much deeper level. We can actually see the hidden meanings behind these things as well. And I think that is one of the biggest powers that your poems actually have. And I know you've won numerous awards as well for your poems, and rightly so as well, to start to decolonize, to start to bring things out. And I think Sandy J's just holding a book up, but we can't actually
it's not
see it on
showing.
Zoom. But what's it called?
No, it's not happening. Dreaming the Countless Worlds. It's called an epic creation story, and it just won the American Fiction Awards. And it's an 888 line poem about how creation happened according to the Vedas, and it's a beautiful story. Like Shiva and Parvati are talking about how the world is created, and the conversation goes back and forth. So it'll bring tears to your eyes reading it. And we were so surprised it won, because when was the last time an American Book Award gave a Vedic poem an award? I mean, it's never happened. So we were delighted and shocked. Yes, Doctor.
Until they met Vasa.
Yeah.
I listening to Jeffrey's that particular song reminds me also of various in USA itself, and that's about the Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar, which is a very normal traditional system. Now it's called the sun salutation. Sun as in son of God, Jesus. And there are many of the what you call the yogic clinics over here, which have exactly got the same conversion into the what you call Christian systems, and particular actions have been taken saying that this is not accepted as a Hindu religious concept, but indeed is a part of the standard Judeo-Christian systems. So there are lots of interesting battles to face, but in reality, the biggest thing will happen if people realize it within themselves and enlighten themselves with the true knowledge.
Yeah.
And Nicole?
I guess the beginner step
Yes.
is that they're doing something. The second step is that, we need to educate.
Sandy, Jeffrey, meet another spiritual soul. He was very enhanced because their spiritual leader, Swami Sarupananda, was here and is still here in UK. Let's welcome the chair for Diwali on Trafalgar Square 2025, Dr. Milan Shah, and also a senior anchor at Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you, Milan, and say hello to Jeffrey, Sandy, Anakul, and Vijay, and everyone.
Definitely. Namaste, everyone. God, it's really good to be back on Healing Our Earth. Jeffrey G, you and I remember we were together at the National Hindu Students Forum many years ago in Imperial College, where I was so impressed, and we've done a few things together on Healing Our Earth, where we just keep progressing on our spiritual paths. And it's really good to be back here, because I think we did a lot of medical things together, Ayurveda, etc., all of us together on Healing Our Earth. And Neil, you've kept it going. But yeah, a namaste to everyone, to Riddhi. I saw you yesterday at Royal Albert Hall, and just been getting ready, because this time next week, Neil, this time next week, you're going to be on a stage in front of around 10,000 people or 35,000 people coming through at Diwali on the Square. And again, and a big congratulations to everyone in the Diwali Story. I teach for Chinmay Mission in the morning. I got back from a Bal Vihar class, and actually I teach 6 and 7 year olds at the moment, and we're doing the Ramayana at the moment, and we're talking about the glory of the Ramayana. And we said, even now, young, old, everyone still enjoys the Ramayana, and it uplifts us every time. And again, a retelling of the Ramayana every time, people just leave uplifted. And I remember leaving yesterday at the Royal Albert Hall in central London, Kensington, a really iconic venue, and just people with smiles on their faces, particularly at this time of what's happening around the world. People really just were very uplifted in a deeper sense. People left feeling as if part of their inside had been nourished. And that's also the retelling of the Ramayana, right? It's spiritual story. You, even as you go along, you may just be following a simple story, but actually inside inner psychological truths are happening. As we know, and Jeffrey G, I think you've reflected on the inner Ramayana as well. When we talk of the demons such as Darika, we talk of Ravan, etc., whichever ones Marich and come through. Actually, these are all inner psychological qualities that are actually being destroyed within us. So the telling of the Ramayana itself is a spiritual experience which is happening even at a subconscious level. So even if you think we're just listening to a superficial story, but I think a lot of deep psychological changes are happening, depending on obviously on the type of how it's being portrayed. But it was a really exciting performance yesterday. And then, yeah, just getting ready for Diwali in London. So those who are listening or joining later on, do visit diwalilondon.com. And this is our annual celebration along with the Mayor of London. And I think one of the largest, if not the largest, of street festivals in the world, with hopefully a throughput of around 35,000 people. But last year it was so popular that people came. It's from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. I think people came and they enjoyed it so much they didn't leave, and so it was harder for people to come in. But we'll manage that, and it will also be streamed live as well. And the Diwali in London committee, as we know, is part of some of the mainstream Hindu Sanatan Dharma organizations such as BPS, ISKCON, Chinmay Mission, Art of Living, Brahma Kumaris, Sai organization, etc. All take it in turns to chair each year this festival. And this year it was Chinmay Mission's turn, so it was a great honor for me, along with the team, to be the chairperson, which has been a long journey of many months, and it's reaching its culmination. But really, everyone takes part, and Neil Kumar is a key aspect to that, and it's particularly in the stage show and in many aspects as well. And there will be, please do go to diwalilondon.com and see what performances will be there, and all the various marquees from yoga, meditation, youth, etc. And since last year we've had a bhajan and kirtan marquee as well. So throughout the day there'll be a marquee for that as well.
And Milan, how well you have handled the team. Milan, you started about Ramayana and how well it brings. Sandy, when she started, she particularly mentioned Gita and Ramayana and the values that it brings. We discussed it's not the physical material gifts that you give, but it's the cultural value, it's the what we call Sanatan value. Sanatan doesn't have to be dharma, it doesn't have to be religion, it's actually a way of life. It's been there for several millennia. And Milan, you are very spiritual as well. You lead part of spirituality there from Chinmaya Mission. You are privileged at the moment because the lead for Chinmaya worldwide, Swami Sarupananda, is with you. And we are hoping that maybe he can even come and bless the crowd at Trafalgar Square. And that will be even a bonus for the whole crowd. And this year, part of performance from Diwali Story will be part of Diwali on Trafalgar Square as well. So we'll bring a bit of touch of a difference down there. You also lead in the media marquee as well. So you're looking forward to it, Milan?
Definitely excited. I think sometimes when you get really deep into a project, you get caught up in details. But remember Krishna's words from chapter 3, Karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma hetur phul puhul mate sangosto karmani. So I can but do my best, and it says in a simple way, do your best and leave the rest. So we can but focus on our current actions, and then whatever will happen on the day, it will happen. But yeah, definitely excited to see people coming together and just bringing people together. As we know, dharma itself has so many different meanings. You said don't even use the word dharma, but dharma means unity, bringing people together, that which upholds, that which sustains, and bringing people together with a slightly higher goal is in itself is an excitement in itself. But yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully Swami Swarupananda being there as well, the current global head of Chinmay Mission. And I think it was shared, you said before, the values that either the Ramayana or the Gita bring. And those values, particularly when we teach our youth, I think the three values that are particularly there in Hinduism are at different levels. Hinduism, Sanatan Dharma, Satyam, Ahimsa, and Brahmacharya, at all those levels. So at the body level, may I practice Brahmacharya, which is a bit more, sometimes it's translated as celibacy, but actually, may I have control over my senses. And if now more than ever else, every advertising agency is trying to gather our senses, everything is always there, but can I maintain control? That's the only way of success. At the mental level, may I have ahimsa. May I do the least harm. May I see kindness in all beings around me. And at the intellectual level, may I have satyam, that of truthfulness, that of conviction to my ideals. So I think those are the values that certainly the Ramayana brings, certainly the Gita brings as well. So when you mention the word values, those are the three that always come to my mind. I remember having a job interview actually for, as you know, I'm a medic, and actually my first job interview said, what are the values you hold for life? And I said, these are Sanskrit terms, but these are the three values I hold. So I don't know if that got me the job, but something did anyway.
Well, you got the job. You got the job of being a chair at Diwali on Trafalgar Square, which is a very high status because it's a square. So you are a very successful doctor anyway. What's the theme for this year? And just before you go to the theme, I just want to ask you, did you hear Jeffrey recite a new poem today?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear the poem. I just heard something
Okay, so
almost like Vishnu.
we are going to hear it again because you will love it. It's completely different. You will get confused at the start, but listen to it closely. And just before we go to Jeffrey, Milan, tell me, what's the theme for this year at the Square?
Educate, illuminate, celebrate. So educate, may we learn and share those meanings of Diwali again, reinvigorate those 5 days of Diwali and what they mean, because each generation just needs that reevaluated. So maybe educate each other on that, not just Hindus, but also Sikhs and Jains, how they also Diwali is celebrated as well. Illuminate, may that divinity within shine forth as well. We know that this body is just one of our equipments, really. The true within is our Atman. So may we illuminate that and may that light come out as well. May we realize that we have something more depth as well. And may we celebrate together in unity as Londoners, as Britishers, and as human beings together, regardless of our faith or background. May everyone celebrate together and together. So educate, illuminate, and celebrate is our theme this year.
Well, Milan, let's hit it back at you. We're going to educate you with a new poem, which will illuminate and bring a smile on you. And together we will celebrate. Jeffrey Armstrong, for the third time, take a deep breath and deliver something new to us. Sandy, you need to unmute.
And that's fantastic. And I just want to say, Milan, as well, what a fantastic, phenomenal event we had yesterday as well, where it was so fantastic to actually see the education element and the entertainment element coming hand in hand. We saw the AIs up on the big screen and everyone being involved in the whole environment. Not just was it the actual story and the lyrics and the creation and the minds behind that, but it was also alive for us. We also felt like we were a part of it because we could see the whole atmosphere illuminating. We could see the whole atmosphere coming alive. And that was just one of the beauties of actually having such a profound event and at such an iconic venue as well, being the Royal Albert Hall, where it's time now, especially in the UK, where we're actually bringing people further into dharma. We're showcasing what this is actually like as a way of life. We're showcasing the values that are part of Sanatan Dharma and how everything can begin to come together. And Sandy Ji, I'm just giving you a little bit of time here to find another poem. But as well as that, we've got Diwali on Trafalgar Square coming up next Sunday. And I am so excited because especially being a part of the media team last year as well, we could see just the amount of colors, the amount of diversity, the amount of inclusivity that was coming up on the square, as well as then seeing how all these vibrations and colors were actually coming together to be able to lift up society, to be able to lift up the world around us. And it's with each one of those vibrations are carried in the mantras, and each mantra has a different meaning. So to actually be able to showcase those different sound vibrations in a way that enable us to enlift and enlighten and uplift society is just amazing. And I can't wait for Diwali on Trafalgar Square again next Sunday. Sandy G, over to you.
All right, we found a new poem, actually, and it's called Could Our Desire for Joy Be Truth at Last? Or the subtitle.
Also known as Bhagavan the executive summary. Listen, friend, for time cannot be trusted. This life of ours is a puzzle upon a table. It is a lock whose key has somehow rusted, but we must find the secret while we are able. First, observe we do not want to die. We cling to youth and do not wish to age. The pain of birth causes all to cry, and disease overtakes us at a certain stage. Notice how we resist the idea of death. Desire stays fresh until our dying day. We swim in air, unconscious of our breath. We are forced to work, yet wish that we could play. At first, we seek the pleasures of this world, and then become an addict to our passion. Swept by circumstance, our life is hurled down paths unknown by politics or fashion. We work for fools, serve masters with no name, go into debt for things we do not need, neglect our true self while chasing gain and fame, driven by anger, a prisoner of greed. As children, we are impatient to be old. In youth, we burn too hot and waste our breath. In old age, we lament, turn gray, go cold, and spend our savings trying to run from death. Each animal has a natural habitat. They mate in season, live their lives and die. But humans have no home. Think on that. We are the only creatures who wonder why. Building dams and bridges, flying to space, 8-lane freeways polluting the planet's air, we drive and are driven in the endless human race. But in the end, our race is going where? Is it progress, making our wheels go faster? Surrounded by strangers with phones, we are alone? Have we not become the means of our own disaster, reaping the seeds of destruction that we have sown? Seeing all this, some argue we should renounce, give up a desire, and enter the endless void. In sadness and frustration, they denounce the beauty and pleasure previously enjoyed. No supreme, no Atma, no joy, just emptiness. An addict in withdrawal, a silent stone. Annihilation becomes their happiness. Iconoclastic, they sit in the dark, alone. To enter the void and remove the self, they chant, counting breaths in silence and retreat. Nirvana, the path of those who live but cannot. Detachment without beauty is defeat. Ponder this. Is the sum of life a zero? Are beauty and truth and love an empty illusion? Or are we on a quest, an immortal hero, trying to wake and find our true conclusion? Another view that haunts us is the one. The drop becomes the ocean, its teachers say. You will be the all when you are done. Homogenize, give up your personal way. The world is illusion. Form is an ancient lie. Distinctiveness is a web illusion wove. But only oneness means that love must also die. For immortal individuals are the ones who love. Those who know don't speak, these pundits opine. And those who speak don't know, they again repeat. Not seeing the flaw in their argument's design, that saying not to speak is their defeat. Another oneness trick is called the now, as if there was just one from which to choose. But if there was, we would already know how. And oneness would mean no one could ever lose. And teachers of oneness could not presume to teach unless there was another to teach it to, which makes the oneness of a thing no one can preach without becoming illusioned by the two. So think again, is oneness what we seek? Is merging in an ocean why we tried to live our joy and reach the mountain's peak? Is the truth of our uniqueness that divinity lied? Then what is left if drowning in the one is the trap in which unknowing Atmas are caught? And the void is an empty room with joy for none. If the world is a place of death with danger fraught, but what if our final choice is a realm of love, where Atmas enjoy throughout eternity? What if this world is reflected from above, a photograph of the place we are meant to be? Could our desire for joy be the truth at last? Our attraction to beauty, the symptom we are whole? Our nature to live where anxiety is in the past? Could the pleasures of endless loving truly be our goal?
Thank you.
The vast course in Bhakti Yoga.
Millie, over to you for comments.
I think
Yeah.
Dr. Milind Shah will have lots of things to say coming from Chinmaya Mission, with all the concept of life and other things that Dr. Armstrong has referred to, particularly having been a part of the Srimad Bhagavatam, and I've been part of that particular thing for quite a few years. So I'm sure Dr. Milind Shah will have lots to say about this particular poem.
No, it's reflecting definitely. To love and to love. I remember the gopis of Vrindavan just saying, we want to just constantly be in love with Krishna, in love, and that's the joy of it. And am I otherwise going into a void? And that sometimes that thought, when you think of Advaita or so on, am I coming to some void or nirvana? I like actually the beginning part actually reminded me of a verse of Bhaja Govindam, where Jeffrey G was talking about seeking, as a youngster, seeking those pleasures, as a middle-aged man, seeking those securities, old age, etc. And there's a verse from Bhaja Govindam, Bala stavat krida sakta, taruni stavat taruni sakta, basically how we suddenly go, and by the end of it, I've suddenly gone through life chasing these ephemeral pleasures, and before I know it, my life is actually ended. And what was I seeking? Right. Then what are we seeking? And therefore, I think we, depending on the person, Sri Ramakrishna, obviously Swami Vivekananda's guru, said, look, as many people, as many paths, and each of us are carving our way. And those, whether it be the path of bhakti, jnana, karma, Raj Yoga, etc., but particularly to be, as you say, where is that joy? Otherwise, does it become bored? Am I going into some sort of void? Actually, am I living and loving as I evolve? And sometimes we find that some teachers become or practitioners become very strict and serious, and you find no joy in spirituality at times because it becomes very dry. And can we still create that love? And again, I'm just sort of paraphrasing or quoting, but even Sri Aurobindo will talk about the supramental, and Sri Aurobindo's philosophy also of going higher and saying, actually, that supramental being will be exuding love as well as being in oneness with others. So those are just a few very simple reflections. But it really made me think as well. I was reflecting a lot, and as you say, that journey you took, taking us on, and it is just spirituality can become very dry, or actually can we bring that joy in as well? And I think there's something about this particular time of age where Swami Vivekananda said, particularly integral yoga, actually practicing some bhakti, some jnana, some karma, some Raj Yoga as well, and integrating that as well. But one, I'm sure, depending on our personality types, there'll be one more type that will be more applicable to us. Some very quick
There's a
reflections
particular
anyway.
poem that I was looking into. Yes. And one of the things that I was looking was the Vishnu as a Lord had the thousands of years of fight with two demons. That is
Sure.
Madhukaita and
Yes.
and Kaitaba. That is trying to hear our own people trying to say good about you, and we're so keen to hear good about ourselves. And number two is arrogance. And these three things are some of the biggest dangers that we have. So our idea is to keep on ensuring that we are reflecting on ourselves, constantly trying to understand what we are and what am I, and how I sort of merge with the whole consciousness concept. And I think Milan Shah has been very nice in stating those very factors which have been brought into light by teaching my mission very, very strongly.
Yeah, and the Madhu Kitab story, as we know, it says is another concept of rag and dvesha, right? Like and dislike. This constantly is there, this sense of duality, constantly. So sukha prapti and dukkha nivriti. We're constantly chasing sukha and constantly running away, and this constant duality. And can we find that one equanimity in between? And yeah, probably actually, I think it's my screen name actually on YouTube. My favorite quote of Krishna is probably Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. What is the definition of yoga? And in I can't remember which chapter it is, actually, maybe chapter 2 or chapter 4, but it says, Krishna says one definition of yoga is Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. Equanimity is yoga. But it might seem dry.
Pratipakshya bhavana, to be able to transform our negative emotions into positive, helpful emotions, not through suppression, but through sublimation.
Yeah, that's good.
So Milan, this is very apt. Why on Diwali on Trafalgar Square, you are the lead also for describing the unity of Diwali, how it's celebrated with different cultures. And you are a cool dude. That's why you're in the media as well as leading.
No, the cool dude status stays with Nil Kumar. So we're definitely good. No, I've got to join another meeting now. But I wanted to sign off, and Jeffrey, I still remember that there are some speakers and events that stay profoundly with you even 20 years on. And I will share that I think, Jeffrey, this would be in the late 90s, early 2000s, and this was Imperial College. And at that time, I mean, I've not really kept that much in touch with you, but you spoke of how young Indians, Hindus as well, should communicate their culture and also just speak spirituality. And you spoke about communication skills. And 20 years on, that talk still exactly sort of, that impact was quite profound. So I do respect that and always remember that.
A Dharma ambassador. It's wonderful to see how you're taking the lead. We're really proud of you.
Very much.
Yeah, no, we're all going strong, but yeah, keeping going and. But look, keeping well, and namaste. Thank you, Neil. I've got to sign up to another meeting, but it's going. Yeah, take care.
Thank you, Milan. And I'll see you a bit later. And Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Well, that was Milan Shah, and he's the chair for each year. We change the chair, so more organizations gets opportunity to be part of it. Jeffrey, Sandy, thank you for spending that early morning time with us. And you are coming to your breakfast time, wherein shortly we'll be coming to afternoon tea break time as well. Once again, thank you very much. JeffreyArmstrong.com. Simple. Go there and you will see plenty of information. We love you. Take care and have a pleasant morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Riddhi.
Riddhi is also part of Diwali on Trafalgar Square. She's part of the media team. She sometimes is a part of culture team. Riddhi, are you looking forward to it?
Last year, we had 35,000 people that entered Diwali on Trafalgar Square. And wow, what a turnout it was. In fact, I think there was even a time where the security gates had to close just to be able to coordinate the amount of people that are in the square. So it's a fantastic time for everyone to arrive early and to really take part in the activities that the square has to offer. And we had so much fun last year that no one actually wanted to leave the square. We had so many live performances happening, the lights going on, the countdown to the lights going on. We've also had the zones and different things happening in the zones, be that the yoga, the cultural, the different aspects of it, and just being able to bring together different aspects of yoga, from the karma yoga to the bhakti yoga to the raja yoga, and just to be able to see how all of these things fit together. There's truly something for everyone to be involved with, and it's just magical to see. There's even like 5 or 6-year-old kids that are starting to get involved with dharma, that's starting to actually ask profound questions. They're starting to question things a little bit deeper and to see what's truly actually going on. What does it actually mean? One of the things I was saying earlier, what does it mean for darkness to be overcome by lightness? And to start to question things that actually for us now, it's so much common sense. But from a young age, to start to actually be able to embed the right values, to be able to see things from a different perspective, to be able to stand up in class and to be able to reiterate some of that to somebody that may not actually be from the same background, to be able to start to integrate as an inclusive community and to be able to raise these little kids up so that they actually have this dharma and they have those values within. And it's something that Chinmay Mission does so well as well. And that's why I'm actually really glad that Milan's going to be there hosting the Diwali on Trafalgar Square this year as well. And it's just amazing to see. And there's literally something for everyone, be that whether they're little kids, be that whether they are actually students. They've got the NHSF zone, which is a harmony zone that's going to be there, that's going to be culturing different aspects of dharma and how to actually move forward with harmony in society. There's also going to be bhakti as well, which is going to be led by the different organizations to really start to cultivate a sense of harmony, a sense of well-being. And then there's also going to be stage performances and things that are going to keep people intrigued, interested throughout the thing. And I believe that there's also going to be some performances happening, which were happening last night at the Royal Festival Hall. Sorry, not the Royal Festival Hall, the Royal Albert Hall at Diwali Story, and to actually see some of those performances coming live, I was mesmerized. I was truly mesmerized last night. And I believe that to actually see this happening at the square and just to see how things come alive, everyone pulls together as one. Everyone comes together to see how they can actually help their little part, how they can actually do a little bit of seva, how everything can work inclusively as a whole, to be able to integrate and to be able to see how these different collaborations can come about. We were speaking earlier about the different organizations and the work that they do, and to actually see how this whole thing works as an overall facet, to see how all of these different things start to play a part together as one, and to see how we can then drive that forward in society is amazing. And Amrita, I know you're not going to be there, but boy, are you missing out on some of the highlights that are going to be there. Some of the highlights that we've had yesterday, and I've already played a couple of exclusive videos here as well today, but also on the square to just see how things light up and how the whole atmosphere. I know we're going to be showcasing some of that live on Healing Our Earth as well. There's going to be replays. There's going to be things for people that are in different countries that may not be able to travel. But if you're in the UK, highly, highly recommend. Just come once and just see what it's like for yourself.
And
Sure,
before you come, be careful. We always get pegged out by about 3:30. Last year we got pegged out at 3 o'clock, but generally we are always pegged out. And really, you mentioned that somebody who was there at Albert Hall might be there at Trafalgar. Well, he's here. The president of Maharashtra Mandal London, Vrushal Khanke, is here. You saw the Dol Tasha which were there, which really rocked the place. So they're also going to be there at Trafalgar Square. Global Namaste, Vrushal. You can unmute yourself.
Global Namaste.
Namaste.
So he's the
Welcome.
president of Maharashtra Mandal, London. Roshal, global namaste
Hey,
to you.
global namaste, Neil bhai, and everybody over here.
So what was your experience last night? How thrilled was Maharashtra Mandal to see themselves at the Royal Albert Hall?
I think I had some seniors who came, who've been associated with our organization for the last 40, 50 years, okay? And they said nothing like this we've ever seen. Okay, so our uncles, our kakas and kakis, in their mid 80s, and they were like mesmerized. They were saying fantastic, something like this we could never imagine, and this is wonderful. The entire community, all various communities from India together doing this. We had some Bengalis after us, we had Gujaratis, we had everyone over there. Fantastic, it was just, I really cannot come over, I'm still in that we are right now, okay, in a few hours, we're going to start again today. There's a practice session for the Diwali on Trafalgar, but we've still not been able to overcome, what was happening last evening, that's fantastic.
So you are one of the only few organization who is going to claim in the history that you have been on Albert Hall and Trafalgar Square in a consecutive week.
Thank you so much. I think we are very, very fortunate, and it's just wonderful. Thank you so much to all those people, who are instrumental in us being over there. Boys are working really hard. The entire team is working hard, but there are so many people, who look for such opportunities, such platforms. So thank you so much, and we will make sure, we will try and do even better what we did yesterday. We'll try even better that performance.
And what was the atmosphere in the dressing room when the boys and girls came back?
Fantastic. There were no words, people were some screaming and there were hugs and everything. I really wanted to take a video, but I did not know, whether I should take that video. And I wanted to post, how people, just one single performance, we were there for about 4 minutes or 5 minutes on stage, not more than that, but that made their life, it's a once in a lifetime kind of a thing. And there were talks, probably, if we meet 50 years down the line, many of them won't be meeting. We had some students, who come down from India to study over there. So they go back and we never get to see them again. They say even if we meet after 2 decades or 3 decades or 4 decades, the first thing that we will talk about is the performance at Royal Albert. How we practiced, how we enjoyed those 7, 8 weeks together, and the final performance of that 4, 5 minutes what we did on stage.
And it's
And
amazing.
also, Rochelle, just to see the collaboration there that was actually happening yesterday, because the performers on stage were actually really enjoying themselves. Each one of them were giving 100%. The audience were picking up on that, and the audience were echoing. And to be able to be a part of the audience yesterday, to just see the stage coming alive and how everyone is just rocking and moving in their seats to the beats, to just see how the whole hall was actually coming alive was amazing. And to just have each one of those performers giving 100%, outstanding.
What is the biggest thing a performer likes, is the kind of applause he gets from his audience.
Yes.
I think that's it, this is the biggest, reward, award, whatever you call it. And that is what they were telling. And people, the entire team backstage when they came back, and they were telling me, so many people were saying that, wow, lovely, you got the show. Okay, it has energy, full of energy. And that made, we went out for late night dinner. I took the boys out and the boys, girls out. And, nobody was interested in the food. Okay, they were only talking about how people in the crowd, they were encouraging them, and that actually was the highlight of the entire event.
And
Yes.
then there
And
was,
there was
of
a
course,
roar of a round of applause as well throughout as well, actually, because the beats were so easy to follow. You just had applause throughout. And I think that is actually one of the main assets of being able to put together a lively performance, is to get the audience moving, it's to get the audience involved and having their encouragement throughout, which then just enlightens and it enlivens the whole atmosphere.
See, yeah, if any top performer, whether it is, a Sonu Nigam, these people, they come every year. What is more important? Why do you have a Sonu Nigam doing a Sonu Nigam night every year? is because he gets that audience. And why does he get that audience? Because he makes sure that the audience is engaged with him throughout the 2 3 hours. So that's the entire mantra, I think, of performances on stage. Okay, you have to get the audience as if they are performing on stage. That kind of the euphoria is that. So these things are to be learned from these great artists. And that's the very simple mantra to for success.
So it was so beautiful to see so many different facets and a culture coming through. Brahmand looking into Ayodhya, where Shiva and Parvati are talking and say, let's visit Ayodhya, beginning of Sampurna Ramayana that culminates into return of Bhagwan Ram and Diwali. And subsequently, he became Maryada Purushottam, the pure man or an ideal man or a man that every wife wanted as a husband, every son wanted as a father, every father wanted as a son, every subject wanted as a king. What an ideal. So it can't be mythology, it must be itihas, that otherwise it cannot carry on where the older civilization before the Hindu civilization have all been extinct and the Hinduism is still going on, and in fact going stronger because many more countries are following Ramayana and Diwali. So this was the whole ethos. We decided that we want to bring the culture to the forefront, where the indigenous population of the country where we take in can also take advantage. Mita was there as well. She enjoyed herself. There were so many others. There were so many people, and it was packed house, and everybody was literally enjoying. Albert Hall had never seen more than 225 people in the backstage. Then they were just surprised how we're going to handle that, and it was so beautiful. I think one doesn't have to be in India anymore. You can bring India into any country, and like they say, wherever you are, dil to fir bhi hai Hindustani. So you can be born into any country, but the Indianness will never go and can carry on ad infinitum. Anakul likes that because he wants to bring Indian knowledge system to the wider organizations. Amrita likes that, as does Riddhi. Last week, I think it was last week, she carried out her online session where she got so many prominent people. And it's so nice that everybody's part of Healing Our Earth as well. So together, we give a platform to people where they can leverage and jump elsewhere. Diwali on Trafalgar Square this year will be from 2 o'clock and not 1 o'clock. And we'll go right through till 8 p.m. Rochelle, you're obviously excited because your group is going to do the Ganesha Vandana and Stuti, which is very important before start of any Indian event or ceremony or gathering. Ganesh Ji is the first name that we take. Amrita, don't you think you're missing out on all this? You missed out on Albert Hall, where so many healing people were there as well, and Diwali in London people were there who were commonly related to Sanatan events and Diwali story. You missed out, Amrita.
Well, I don't think I have missed out because the love that everybody has given me and those hearts that follow up, and you can't even imagine, Neil Kumar, how it feels when I see Diwali at Trafalgar Square live, and so many participants whom I meet every Sunday, whom I have hosted, so many people I know, and it is very thrilling and a very different experience. So I find myself and my senses already there. My body physically is not there, but I think I'm spiritually, internally, eternally over there. And if destiny wishes, someday I will be there as well. It's a very thrilling and a very nice experience to see people whom I meet every Sunday, to be a part of such a big event and to be doing it, and that event with so much of hard work culminating into a successful event where you are offering so much of gesture. So which everyone pointed out, I think, is a very good amalgamation of all these things, where there is fun, there is art, there is spirituality, there is culture, there is religion, there is faith, there's positivity, there's mental health. There's so many perspectives to it. And that's what Riddhi told. So it's about yoga in its own way. We're all different kinds of yogs. We're all different kinds of facets of cognition come together, and yet people remember. Yes, that's the thrill. And that is how Sonu Nigam and other stars, I think, keep working on, because that's the magic that you bring, Neil Kumar. And I would like to humbly congratulate you from all our side. I'm very grateful to you to give me an opportunity to be a part of all this big family and to contribute to it. And yes, it's really very nice. Thank you so much.
And
I think
Amrita,
I must second. Sorry, Nil. I
sorry,
must
carry
second
on.
Amrita for thanking Nil Kumar in particular, because to get the entire group of people coming in this place, when I also feel the same way, although I'm about 200, to see all the people, including Vishal Kundle and others who have been managing the systems over there in London. It is amazing how we can get all together. And as you know, we are trying to plan a meeting a year and a half from now in London. And I'm sure I will be needing the help of all these people to get this thing going.
Yeah.
So this year I'm lucky. Vrushal has promised to take me to Trafalgar Square as well in a VIP marquee. So
Sure.
so I'm lucky as well.
Tatastu, tatastu.
And now, Vishal, this has been declared here. You better keep your promise to make sure that I get into there as well, okay?
You know one thing,
Without having you there, we wouldn't be able to do anything. You're the mastermind that puts everything together, that helps everything to run so smoothly, week in, week out. Actually doing the Royal Albert Hall yesterday and having 250 people behind scenes, it's not an easy feat, but you've done it so well. Everything runs so seamlessly last night. There were no hiccups, there was no stresses from the audience. Everything was actually on point, as it should be, done the Neil Kumar style, and that's the brilliance behind it. And
Well,
that's
Yeah.
Riddhi,
Riddhi, I'd like to add one thing. I'd like to add something. I was there, at backstage from 8 o'clock in the morning. People don't know what was going backstage, but I think that was the most important, most enjoyable aspect was backstage. Whether it was the green room, the change rooms, whether it was, breakfast in the morning, snacks, lunch, it was so well organized. Everything, you never had to look up for, or call for a volunteer or call for help. Everything was there. Okay. Right from, the allocation of rooms for every group, there was some 35 acts. So just imagine. Okay, every act is got, okay, a group of performers, they've got group of helpers, they've got a lot of props with them, how it had to be moved, from which gate they're going to enter. We had rehearsals in the morning, in afternoon. So all this, the entire timetable, nothing went wrong, nothing went wrong. So one more thing that was, a great learning. We talk about project management and we talk about Six Sigma. Guys, please, you all should have witnessed it. People who really, I felt so blessed, so fortunate that I'm seeing something of project management going so well. There were backups. I'm sure there were backups. Okay, something goes wrong. I'm sure there was a plan B and plan C in place. But I'm sure things did went wrong, but nobody realized, something that did not go as per plan. It was so seamlessly done. So hats off to Neil. Neil bhai, तुसी great हो यार. ठीक है? The way, okay, one liner तुसी great हो. Okay, the way, and since talking about Neil bhai, okay, I'm the only person instrumental of me and Maharashtra Mandal London being so grossly engaged with anything that comes under umbrella, or any call that comes from him is Neil Bhai. Okay, so the way he's handled everything so well, the relationship, for any event which I have to do, okay, the first thing is एक कोई नाचा boat party करना है, तो whom do I call up? I call up Neil Bhai. Neil Bhai, किया नहीं है, experience नहीं है, how do I do it? Then he will start with it. Oh, he'll spend hours and hours explaining, giving contacts. Don't do this way, do it that way. ये सब backup रखना, ये problem होगा. Everything is there. Okay. So thank you so much, Neil Bhai, once again.
so it's not just me. The way things happen is mostly all of you. I just happen to be, as a third person, I just happen to be an instrument as well. Sometimes I even go to Neil Kumar if I want to learn something, speaking as a third person. But behind, you saw in the stage, there was Shivali, there was Harsha, there was Ranu Metaradia, there was Nilesh Badiani, there was Alpesh Ruparelia, there was Nitin Bhai, there was Kaya, there was also many production team, there was Brindan, there was KK, there was Saira. So many people were there. All are instrumental because in a car, if the bolt is removed, then the tire can come off, you see. So each instrument was very important, together made the whole car, and it is so beautiful that and our floor movements and artistic director Rohan and Shruti, who comes from in Mumbai, they are again very important. So collectively, it made, to me it was deja vu because I was exactly 21-year-old when I first acted on Albert Hall with Kalyanji Anandji, Mehmood. You might remember Mehmood the actor, Satrughna Sinha, Reena Roy. I don't know whether you all remember this name. These were the
Yes.
people of my era, and we all worked together in the same Albert Hall, which is different now, and it was different then. So many people were behind there. One of them has come here, Nilima has come. We will shortly be talking. Nilima had no idea what she got into. She came as a script writer, and yeah, okay, it was fine. And then Ranu Metaradia helped as well. Then they said, we need props. So it wasn't her job. She said, okay, I'll try to help. So she got a school involved. Then she went to India twice. She perceived them, she thought of them, and she doesn't come from that industry, but because she created the puppet show, so had some contacts. She's here actually. Let's bring her in. Okay, I'm just going to bring her in here. She's one of my colleagues in the project. Last night you saw her bubbling, dancing, and on the set. Global Namaste, Nilima.
Global Namaste,
Hello,
Nilima ji.
namaste to you all.
I
Nilima,
fondly remember
I
you.
just want to Amrita, I want to explain something to you about Nilima. So, script writing is done at home, and you scratch your brain. And because she lives and breathes Indian Sanatan knowledge, culture, and she loves Ramayan anyway, because the puppet show was created by her. So she's well deep in it, including her kids who are also involved in the culture knowledge. And she started with the script, and script was evolving, developing, Then came the props. Now, props were so many of them, and just some were made here, and quite a bit came from abroad. And then came the outfits. Now, completely different department. So, our Nilima, who started as a lead script writer, then had a joint script writer, Ranu Metaradia, who helped as well, ended up being the props director and outfit director. Nilima, what was your experience? Tell us. I know the whole story, but I want you to tell the story.
Yeah. Firstly, namaste everyone. And yes, it is right. And as Neil has so eloquently explained it, you don't realize what you're getting into, and you think it is as delightful as any creative work could be. And it stretches your soul and your intellect in a different way. I think there is something called technical skills, and there is some as in general understanding of the world through natural subjects. But there's something, the creative industry, which is something that happens on the go. It evolves on the go. So you kind of plan for something, and as he rightly said, it is a beautiful exercise in the creative part of your brain. So props was a beautiful challenge because as the sets were evolving, as the scenes were evolving, you got to figure out what are the props that you need. You have a broad understanding about what each scene will require to embellish it further, to enhance and to support what is happening on the stage, and support the script, support the action. But the big ones are easy to sort of envisage. But when it comes to the smaller ones, the detailing, I mean, you go to the smaller ones. For example, yes, there is a golden deer, and you want the golden deer to look beautiful because it kind of play a part in changing the course of the story. right? The direction. But when you start embellishing it, so some were done by a school here in London called Central School of Speech and Drama, and they have in the summer term, the students, the theater students, take up projects from outside and they work on it and they present it as their end of year work. So I've had the pleasure of working with two such students for my temple that I created for the puppets. So when this Diwali story came about, I thought, okay, let me explore them because they are absolutely wonderful with their work. So they took the big ticket items like the cradles, which are so, I mean, when you look at the elegance of with which they've been weighed, and the beauty of this journey is that here are a bunch of students, young students who are not from Indian background, they have no understanding of the Ramayana. But through this, when I say connecting cultures, through this exercise, what you're doing is you're bringing them on board. You're telling them, okay, why are these cradles being used? Or why is there a sun emblem on it? Because they belong to the Sun dynasty. So the cradles who are babies who are going to be sitting in there are going to be are from the Sun dynasty. So these are the little details you go into what should be the spray of the gold that is being used. Should it be bright gold or should it be subtle gold or bronzy gold? So these kind of details, you keep getting emails, they don't call. You're not meant to talk to them. It is a bit like, oh my God, how much can I guide, right? At some point, you also become cautious that I hope you're taking the right decision because once the structure is made, it is made. Similarly, the shivling, I mean, those of you who have seen it, it is so beautiful. And again, the nicer part is when they come back to you with the feedback that through this project, they explore. Obviously, you send them a reference image, but they're also looking up, you encourage them to look up other images that will enhance their understanding of what they're making. So if they're making a shivling, who is Shiva and why is shivling important? What is its significance in terms of India and its spiritual well-being, right? So they look into that. Now the bow and arrow and the Shiv Dhanush. So these are the big ones which are easy to understand, but the smaller ones, as you go into the smaller, like the crowns, for example, which were made by again a young upcoming artist from Hyderabad, which is where I originally come from. How do you he has been in this industry for some time with his parents, so he's working on his parent company. And what kind of emblem should go on the crown? What kind of color scheme should go on the crown? What kind of detailing how do you represent sun on the crown? Similarly, how can it be different to Dasharath, the princess to Dasharath, so that when he becomes a king, it should be a little more ornate. He should look more royal, more regal, because he's now the king. And the most challenging one was the headdresses. Oh my God. So when it took off yesterday, it brought tears of joy in my eyes because it's a huge, huge learning experience. Because as much as when you see Lion King, it is beautiful. It is beautiful as much as it is about the story. And I always try to draw parallels between the Ramayana and the Lion King because there is Mufasa lifting little Simba. There is Dasharath, whose pride is Ram. So there are similarities, and it is father passing down his wisdom to his son, Dasharath passing down his wisdom to Ram, Simba holding, Dasharath's legacy in good stead. Same with Ram. So ever since I saw Lion King all those years back, I thought there should be a Ramayana which should be beautiful visually with headdresses, with, and this gave me a chance to explore it in that direction, but the headdresses weren't easy to fit. They came, but every day up until yesterday, I was like, I hope they sit, I hope they don't fall, because the amount of R&D that went into the guy made it, but because he's not here with us physically, to fit it came upon me. So I have to and to get the actors, the dancers or the actors to sit, to sort of try it out of them. Yeah, sorry, am I taking up too much time?
No, Nilima, it's okay. Rushal is trying to join in. But Nilima, coming to that, the beautiful part was not only did that fall on you, you were just wondering how they will fit, and you never gave up. Whatever situation
You
came,
can't give up. Yeah,
you found a solution, You got the clips done, you got the belt done, you done the straps done, you went, even if stitching had to be done, you would get in the car, go to the tailor, do it. We were daily in touch, so I know what the story is. Let's pause there because two people who were there, one was Mita and Riddhi. Let them tell you what they thought of the props on the stage, okay? Mita, you were there, you were obviously mesmerized, you saw the spectacular event as well. What do you think of Nilima's props there?
Amazing, amazing. Absolutely. Because as you know, someone else said, it was the fluid movement of the whole depiction during the musical. It was spellbounding because one after other you were amazed at what different things were coming up. The crowns look so heavy. They look so sturdy, so robust. And I wonder how they were wearing that. And, the headgear of Sita, of Parvati, that was amazing. Also, the headgear of Shiva. So, so and the props, the tribal dance,
So Mita, it wasn't just the headgear. Nilima explained how to make it different from the same designer, how to make it completely different so each character looks there. Because way back in those generation, you could hire the complete art maker and say only mine and don't design anything like that. Here, Nilima had to make sure that how it looks, and as you say, it looked so powerfully real, as if it's made with gold. It has real diamond. It has got heaviness. They were nice and comfortable. This was Nilima's dilemma that she went, she had to get the retouch up done. Okay, and say, look, these are looking good, but can you get this done? Aha, now health and safety comes. I must make sure they are compliant. So she had to study and do a degree of health and safety. She had to plan fire retardancy on many matters, and it was not her natural job to do. And she came with leaps and bounds, and every situation that was thrown to her, and there was a situation every day, last 30 days, she came, she climbed the mountain, and she delivered that. And that's the tenacity of this girl. She never gave up. And we're just talking props at the moment. But let's go to Riddhi. Riddhi, you saw, what did you feel the amount of props that were there, including the adornments? By the way, she selected all the adornments, ornaments, earrings, bracelets, anything to do as an adornment. Riddhi, what did you think?
First of all, Nilima, I just want to congratulate you. That is such a big project management task to take on, to look at everything in such fine details, to have everything arranged from India, to bring it over, to have the props and things that you're looking at, all of the little fine details that go in that you don't get to see when it actually comes and we're on stage. Looking at that performance, we don't see all the little details that happen behind the stage. We don't see every single struggle or every single stress that you're having to think about on a daily basis to be able to get the performance to where it is, to be able to get the props to where they are. All of that is missing. But I have to say, hats off to you for yesterday. Seeing all of these props coming alive, seeing everything happen in 3D motion, seeing some of the props even moving, and actors or actresses being skilled enough to be able to make that look as if it's one overall performance, to get every single detail there, right down to the very color scheme, right down to the very marbles of what you're actually going to be using on these crowns, right down to the very nitty-gritties of that, and to be able to execute it the way that you did, hats off. Truly amazing.
Envy of the green, the green color, the dancers who were dancing after Kaikai's, change of mind, and the golden deer was amazing. It looked like combination of ballet done with this dance. So it was beautiful.
So Nilima, she's talking about the mantra telling
Yeah.
Kaikai that, hey, look, Ram has to go to Vanvas. And then the snake dance that we did with all the outfit and the costumes, again, very kaleidoscopic. And although when it comes to those dancing and everything, there was a different team. It was Rohan, Shruti, and Danlot.
Rohan and Shruti
And
who came up with that.
yes, the concept.
And no, the concept was by Ranuji. Ranuji
Yes.
when we were discussing that scene, she said, "Oh, what about these snakes coming as if they are engulfing Kaikeyi, poisoning her mind?" So she came up with that concept that it should be the snakes. And then when Rohan and Shruti came on board, we started discussing what kind of costumes they should be wearing. So then Rohan and Shruti got all those costumes made for the dancers. So it is truly a teamwork. I mean, you see how one layer builds on the other. Because, as I said, if Ranuji hadn't come up with the thought of this, the next layer wouldn't have been added on top of it. So that's what I'm trying to say.
And Nilima, you will never fear now to do things in a compliant, legal way, dangerous way. You are now equipped to understand complete props department, aren't you?
I think to a large extent, yes. I mean, I do every day. There has been like highs and lows. Every day I would be like, "Yay, this is so beautiful." When I would look at it, then by at a certain point, I'm so crazy. Why did I even sign up to so many things? I mean, there are only those many hours, two hands, one brain, one body. How much can you do? I'm like, I berated myself as well, saying you just took too much, and because I took up a good chunk of what is being shown physically on stage, if one of the headdresses falls, it's such a disaster, right? I haven't done my work properly. So I'd berate myself that, oh my God, what if anything falls? And poor girls, the dancers, everybody had to be in sync. So when you were talking, Meeta, about the crowns, or maybe it was Riddhi, yes, they're beautiful, but again, it is the actors. When they saw the crowns, they worked so hard with me, gave their time to come home in the evenings to get the whole crown fitted properly. They danced in my garden to make sure that it didn't fall off. So they were equally keen. So what you realize is you create a beautiful product, people are willing to sign on. So they are enhancing their role further because they want to do justice to the crown. Now I'm enhancing the crown further because I see very dedicated actors. So it is a mutual thing. Nothing works in isolation. So when you see
Parvati did a
Nilima,
dance, beautiful
Nilima,
dance.
Nilima, they were not keen to get the props done. They were keen because they loved your food as well, the way you would look after them.
Yes.
So they would always want to come to you because you feed people very well. But the detail that you took, Nilima, the stress that you took, each stress made you stronger. You are now almost stressed. Nobody can bring any stress and you will never flinch anymore. You become so powerful. You didn't give up because you took your role so seriously. You were the last to leave with us. You were the first to come with us. I do remember because yesterday was so much packing to do for you. And
But again,
it's
I
just
do have to give
amazing.
credit to the team of volunteers who were working with me every Saturday, Sunday. Honestly,
Yes.
I don't think I could have done it without them. So it came to a point that fitting of the Ravan and Indrajit headdresses is a very intricate thing, because the actors, there are many, many layers to it. And over all these weeks, we like worked together on this so they understood how to make it fit properly. How do you even go through the steps? So I was not even there when Ravan and Indrajit were being fitted because I was with Ram getting him ready for the role.
So
And
stop there, Nilima. Nilima, stop there. So something you don't know. Yesterday, your biggest task was very simple. Your biggest task was Ram, who didn't have a chance to get ready, and he was in rehearsal. So he came to me and said, नील भाई सब कुछ ठीक है but I don't feel good. So I said क्या हुआ? I said you look as if अभी कुछ बलात्कार हुआ है आपका. So he says I feel like that, you know. And as soon as I was talking, his stall fell off. So I said yeah, somebody has really had a go at you. And he said नहीं मुझे मौका ही नहीं मिला. So Nilima made a decision. You are not going in the second rehearsal at the end. I'm going to get 1.5 hours spent on you because you are a main character. So yesterday, Nilima made an executive decision. He physically dragged him into the into the makeup area. So Nilima, that was a big role you played
I
yesterday.
think that is something that I feel. I mean, I'm usually kind of quite. I don't like to shake things, but I realized that we had 1 hour 15 minutes, and that poor guy was forever on stage, and he was starting to look more. Everybody was looking more and more embellished, and Ram is looking like a shadow. I mean, So then that was a good decision. Then I said, everybody come to his room. He's not moving from where he's. I'm the timekeeper for him. You have 20 minutes to do his makeup, 20 minutes for his hair, this, that. And Neil, the biggest decision was a hairdresser. The big
Yes.
second, the big thing. So sadly, the hairdressers who were there were less equipped to do that. So the hairdresser who had come for rehearsals, I called her at 3 o'clock. I said, Nishma, you have to come because we need to fix the boy's wig. So you have to come. And she was so, because see, all of this forms because she came in for the rehearsals. She saw what is going on, the amount of work and stress that is involved. So she didn't hesitate even a second. She has two small kids. She said, okay,
Yeah.
Nilima, I'm coming. And she landed straight at 5. So Ram comes after his last rehearsal and he sees us, his face lights up. I said, Ram, he is with you guys forever. That's it. She's in your room. She'll be fixing your hair all the time. You needed that confidence, and you realize only when you're part of the production that it it's so much more than what we see. What
And
we see is
it wasn't even your job. I remember Nilima grabbing me by my collar and said, look, I am telling you, I'm going to do this, and no one dare tell me not to. I said, okay, it's all yours. Just go ahead and do it. So it was so exciting that she got it delivered. And Nilima, to appreciate you, Vrushal is here because he actually saw in rehearsal what happened. Vrushal, what did you think of Nilima, her props, the outfit, and her tenacity?
Nilba, if you remember, during one of the rehearsals, okay, in the school at
yes,
Harrow, what we were doing, and I asked you who has done the props, from where, who do you have a specialist agency who's doing it, and you said no, it is Nilima. So that is the time I said, is the same Nilima you introduced me about a couple of years ago during Diwali on Trafalgar? So he said yes, and she was there, and Nilima, trust me, okay, it is out of the world. It's a thoroughly professional job, okay? And hats
yes.
off to you, okay? I know, you said you've taken a lot of things you shouldn't have been doing, too many things, but the outcome was fantastic. It
Thank
couldn't get better. Okay,
It
I
can
must
get
really
better,
tell you
but
that.
thank you. As in, thank you for your kind words. You are right. I mean, you're right in terms of I'm talking about the work, not Neelima. But I feel what happened there is beautiful, and it can only get better from here because if somebody in my role had a few more people who could be doing this, so there was a team of 3 or 4 people who were looking into what I was looking at, it can be fantastic. I mean, like top notch, top notch, top notch. And again, the credit also goes to the young man in Hyderabad. So I
Yeah.
was guiding him, but he also wanted to prove his worth. So it's almost always like, the legacy that we create, like or as it is shown in our Hindu ritual, Hindu shastras, right? When you go into Vanaprastha, you guide your people who are younger than you. So he's younger than me, he's the same age as my child. And to me, it is like to see him thrive in what he's doing brings so much joy to me because it's like if somebody's training my sons and my sons are thriving, I'd look up to them. So to me, the role, it almost like I felt like his mother. Like I felt like if if he's doing good work, that means I am nurturing somebody to become.
Mentoring, yeah,
Yeah,
mentoring. Yeah.
it is the
It's
satisfaction
amazing.
you get.
The whole how the whole show started with narration from Shiva and Parvati.
Yes.
It and encapsulated the whole audience because you wouldn't imagine Shiva and Parvati is going to start Diwali story. So that was, and the diction and delivery of dialogues were amazing because I think London School and Speech and Drama was involved. So it was so clear diction. It was like we have shown to the world, rather Sanatan, even Sneel, you and the team has shown to the world that we can produce excellent productions which can really do justice to Sanatan Dharma, Sanatanis, because
I think on
it
that
was,
Sanatan event,
yeah,
sorry to cut
no one
you,
has done
Mita,
like this before. I haven't
I
seen
agree.
any show
And
like this.
credit goes to Nitinji because
Coming from the
every
field
time
of
I'm
drama
buying something,
myself,
yeah,
yeah.
every time I'm experimenting with something, um, I was worried that, the budget like is going to go up, even if it is in rupees. You're conscious that it's not your money, you're spending somebody else's money. I'd say, Nitinji, I probably have to spend a little more here. He said, Nilma, just do what is right for the project. So he's given me that leeway to say, you will require some amount of money for R&D work, because this is the first time it's happening. For me, I'm learning it on the job. So there will be some errors. So I should be, and Neil again, every time I'd feel like I'm doing something incorrectly, I'd say, Neil, he'd said, Nilma, just remember, you're not responsible should things go wrong. Don't feel that it is upon you. You can always share and we will tell you how we can correct it. Because my biggest concern was, if I take a wrong decision, it has an impact beyond me. It has an impact on what is going to be shown there. So it's the escalation or the percolation of the problem as well. So yeah.
And
Okay.
you did very
Nilima,
well. Yeah,
yeah,
Bhushan?
Nilima, something has been pending, regarding, that puppet show and all that, Raman. I will surely get in touch with you. I'll message you tomorrow, okay? We need to do something on that. It's been pending for the last 2 years now.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
So
Thank
if
you.
we have time, okay, we will speak this week. Guys, I have to leave because I have a call now for next Sunday's event. So we schedule. So thank you so much, Neelbhai. And Nilima, I'll get back to you very soon.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you,
Okay.
Vishal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, Bhushan. Take
Bye.
care.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.
So, Nilima, there is also a friend of yours who is not really your friend, but we should be, from Hyderabad. So here we got Anjali, who is from Hyderabad, same
Hi.
neighborhood as you are. And you two missed each other because you were very busy. Anjali, say hello to Nilima, and someday you'll see her in Hyderabad.
Hi, Nilima. Hi, global namaste to everyone. And congratulations to all of you with the Diwali story. I've been
Wait,
seeing all the updates by Nishit and all. They've been posting about it. And I've been following it through the, whatever post was coming. And I was waiting to see Ram on the stage yesterday evening. So finally, I get to hear from you how beautiful it was.
and you will see lots of reels are there on the social media. It will be on ZTV as well. So it's going to, nobody is going to miss out. Nilima, did you manage to see any stage production? Because you were running around the corridor all the time.
So after the head, again, thanks to the team of volunteers who were with me, they took on the head dressing fitting. So I was able to see quite a few things from the wings, but behind. Not obviously, I could not see the beautiful visuals on screen, which Nishit has worked so hard and created. I couldn't see any of that, but I could just see a few things, which was enough. But everybody who saw it said it was a spectacular event. I mean, the number of messages I'm getting is making me really, really happy. And Dr. Anjali, so the Hyderabadi designer Gaurang has made costumes for all the cast.
Wow.
Again, he's one of those who believes in, he's not an ornate, flashy guy. So there are many ways to dress up, right? His ethos is more on the slightly muted side rather than the ornate side. So I think he brought the grandeur of, in I would say 9 out of 10 were fabulous. There'll always be some certain colors which you only realize once you see it on the person. So otherwise, his intention was so good. He wanted to be part of this production, and he's a very shy guy as well. He was meant to be there, but he doesn't like photography. He's like Arnil. He doesn't want to be photographed. He doesn't want to be videographed. So sadly, we'll hopefully share
The
some
red
of his.
sari which Sita was wearing in exile, that was so
Isn't it? Yeah.
down to earth, basic,
Yes.
and still
No,
so gorgeous. Yeah.
he works with weavers from different parts of India. He owns a certain weaving you shouldn't call it factories. He works with weavers. So his fabric is either pure silk or pure cotton. So
That
everything
was
that was worn
cotton.
in
It was
Vanvas,
a
yeah.
beautiful
So
cotton, yeah.
as you all saw, we were used to seeing Vanvas, all of them in orange, right? So when he showed the Vanvas costumes, I was a bit taken aback because before we started, we decided that let's assign a color to each prince because that's how even the cradles have been made. So blue for Ram, so inside of the lining is blue, yellow and orange for Lakshman and Sugri, Lakshman and Shatrugn, and Bharat is green. So the mothers also wear that color. So it's like kind of something that's going from the generations. So I thought he was prince costumes will be in those colors, but when it comes to one vase, it will be orange. So when I went to collect, we discussed it on the phone. When we met in Hyderabad as well, we discussed. But when it turned up and I had to pick up, there was blue, yellow, orange, and green one vase costumes and red for Sita. I was like, what is this? He said, Nilima, isn't it time we added our own creative, dignified liberty to this side and add in cotton, but in a different color that you've chosen for the prince, so that it looks nice on the stage? And I thought it made sense, and they look so handsome, and Sita looks stunning in that red, isn't it?
Stunning, yeah. And it
Yeah.
looks so down to earth and still so rich, at the same time,
Exactly.
giving that royal, presence. And
Yeah.
also,
Amrita,
Lakshmi was wearing a very lovely white. It was not like completely off white or white, and that was
Yeah.
beautiful as well. So was the golden yellow was by, I think, Parvati was wearing, and the red uh, chunni which went on. I was just wondering, how can the chunni be fitted with the whole sari and then she danced in that sari?
It's a tiered
Yeah, I saw
tiara,
that.
like how Devis wear,
But
right?
then she danced in it. She did like, classical dance. So that was beautiful.
It
she's a very
happens
good,
because they are
she's a
keen as
very,
well.
she's a very good dancer. She's a Bhajan project personality, very good.
It's
Amrita,
very
you're just
lovely,
wondering,
full
oh
of
my
life.
God, why did I miss it out? Well, don't worry, because the whole thing has been captured in 5 video cameras with several hundred of pictures, which will be released later in Diwali. So you're not going to miss out. And really, you and Nita can relive what you saw over there. Some of the spectacular background screens, the costume and outfit. The background for the Gujarati sequence was so kaleidoscopic. And the snake dance, the Diwali dance at the end. So Amrita and Anjali,
And
do you
also,
feel you
Neil,
missed out?
Gujarati, Sony Brothers involved the audience by asking them to clap at that.
Right. That's right.
And that was wonderful because you have this participatory approach to audience get involved. And similarly for Hanuman Chalisa, audience got involved. They were asked to stand up and sing. So that was beautiful as well. Imagine, I've been going to so many churches, so many installation ceremony for mayors, or recently I went to judiciary ceremony, and you have to read the Christian hymns and everything. But no one has asked me to stand up and sing in public like this. Hanuman Chalisa, I was so proud to do that. It was wonderful.
Everybody stood up when they are asked. So it was so beautiful. Nilima, what memories will you take from this? What is going on in your mind? What will you remember
Way
apart
too
from the
many.
stress?
No, way too many to remember. But the overriding memory that I'll have is how teamwork, how everybody is important in making an event successful. Because I may do something, but if I'm not supported by others, what I've done, however grand it may be, will fall apart. It will completely fall apart. So it is no one can pull off anything of this scale, or to be honest, anything in life, without the support and respect. It doesn't work. I mean, if just because somebody is volunteering, if I did not have respect for the team that worked with me, I mean, I was happy to know that they felt I was respecting them. But if they weren't there, I would not have had the chance to focus on other aspects of what I've been involved in. They took it upon themselves. They said, you go there, let us look into it. And they're volunteers whose names haven't even been mentioned at a level that others have been. But they were there. They were there, and they packing. I mean, they needn't be there. Yesterday, after the whole thing was over, the costumes were all deposited in, and jewelry in one room. They did not leave till things were packed up properly. I mean, they were volunteers, and so you just feel humbled that there's so many people who support you in achieving your goal.
And not forgetting your husband, okay,
Yes.
who stood by at the end and even came to the stage and say, "Are you okay?" And she had to go,
Yes.
she had to go there and answer. The public would not let the people go, even the core team and everything. So it was so beautiful. I think so much memories there, Nilima, for you. You did very well, and outfits and props and a script and traveling and looking to a detail. You never gave up. Even if a stitch came unloose, okay, I'll get it fixed. Aha, your headgear is not working. Let me find a solution. And it wasn't as if, okay, look, if I can't find solution, I've done the headgear, somebody else do. No, she wanted to deliver the finished product. So I got the headgear. I'm going to make sure that it's comfortable for you. I'm going to make sure that it's not broken on the day when it comes. I'm going to make sure it gets delivered to your dressing room. Now, these details are very important, because if it wasn't delivered, then on the stage the person comes without it. So everybody in a team is important. When you go to the hospital, the first thing that's important is the person who is going to wheel you to the surgeon room. Because if he doesn't want to, doesn't matter how best the surgeon is on the earth, if he doesn't get you there in time, you are out of the business. Look, we've got a surgeon here. Anukul, isn't that right? How important you are, the more important is the person who gets you to you.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's not only that. You also have to look out in a hospital for how the traffic attendant guided their car in the right place. Otherwise, they'll get a ticket. So they're all very important. Everybody's important in a hospital.
Yes, and that's what Nilima is trying to get
Teamwork.
at, that
Teamwork.
even the people of any caliber, together they make, you see, right early in the morning in Albert Hall was so many vehicles coming, for example. So we do traffic planning, okay? And traffic planning comes with regulation, compliance, authority. Then from there, it needs to be transported within the building, which hasn't got that many lifts. So it's only in situ you work. Then comes the props, then comes the setup, then comes the dressing rooms, then comes the allocation, then comes the registration, then comes the accreditation. When you look at everything, it looks very complex. But if you keep cool, things are okay. And so many things that happen. But our little Nilima didn't flinch. She stood by and she made sure that at the right time, everything is done. She dragged Ram, almost by his belt and said, sit down here, we're going to get you done. Then you could see the smile on, right about 7:30, he came out smiling, I am ready to go on the stage. And again, that was such an important work. Riddhi, what moment are you going to take from here? What was your favorite scene or a visual that you saw, or the dance that you saw, or the choreography, or a dialogue, or the general atmosphere that you saw that's sticking in your mind playing right now?
The prop that I loved to see on stage was actually the shivling. The life size of that shivling, the amount of detail that went into it, and how real it actually looked. What material was this made out of?
You said it's polycarbonate or something. It was made by a student called Scarlett. You should see, in fact, Neil, we should share their videos as well, the amount of pride they took in making it, because they have never made props from another culture. So they are quintessential British people. For them to make something that is of such significance from another culture is such a wonderful piece of work. And what it turned out to be, it's not just the shivling, right? The trishul. And why do you put what about the namam as well? The significance. So it's only when you assign a job, because they're meant to research it. So I've sent them certain reference image, as I mentioned previously. You send a reference image, you talk to them about give an overview about who is Shiva, his importance in Indian faith, Hindu faith. So, but they have to explore it further, and which is exactly what they did. And the guy who did the cradles, young Emeke, of probably some African descent, you should see. I mean, honestly, we haven't shown that to you all in post, but the pride they took, and all of this happened in 6 weeks, because they only have 6 weeks term, and then they have to present it to their tutors or whoever, lecturer, with the prop. So they take the prop, present, describe whatever they need to, because they're all working towards becoming theater art props makers. And oh my God, not one, two, three cradles in 6 weeks. And he said exactly what I said. He said, I didn't realize what I was getting into. he started making it, and you want it ornate, and you make one piece beautiful, then you only want to make the next one beautiful or even better. So there's those.
Shivling was so beautiful. It was so real. We felt
Yeah.
like we
It
want to
looked
go
like it was
to
made from real
Sturdy as
marble.
well. Very sturdy. It'll stand the test of time.
So if you saw it in real, it wasn't very heavy, but it was heavy, and
It
it had a
looked so heavy.
prop slot to put the Trishul in. But if you saw its design in a color, you would think this is a very heavy marble stone that you can't shift it. And it was also designed with a slight fold. So had we had put milk over, it would have actually come out correctly from the spout. It was designed, we couldn't do that because we would have had to collect and it would spill and everything like that. Otherwise, original plan would have been inside to have it a fountain that is an auto run, but for health and safety, that was just skipped out. And it was so beautiful. And as Nilima said, made by the student who had no perception. So she had to do an education material so that they get it right, dimensional material so they get the dimension right, color material so they get the color right. And of course, the whole team was very happy when they saw it. Then the transportation of the same, making sure that nothing breaks. It comes under risk assessment. And part of it, you might have seen it later when Ravan is actually doing in his scene, then the Shiv becomes in a red focus, the light. So there comes the lighting effect. So when we are talking to the lighting guy, our in-house was our Rohan. So we were told, Rohan, change it with a color because we wanted to change its location. So we changed it by throwing a light on it. So up in the hosting, we were going to set the light up there. So much process that takes place. And I think it's so wonderful that you guys noticed this. So if you had noticed the cradle, we should have zoomed the camera. The cradle was so nicely, real babies would have loved those cradle because it was like cushioned off. And even the babies, Nilima spent time and said, I want Kaikai's baby slightly different, and I'll get
I
each queen
wanted
baby's
costumes for them. So they came in these
costume.
new
Yes.
baby. So I said, no, because to me, like when you lift the baby, you should feel that connection and you can't like swaddle them in the colors. So I took them to a tailor and the tailor fell in love with the baby. So we both were looking at the baby adoringly. So we got colorful like outfit stitched for the babies in the colors assigned to that prince. So when Kaushalya lifts baby Ram, he's in blue, green, yellow. So these are the small details which you don't realize. But I was asking the queens, do you not feel the difference like lifting a normal baby to a baby who's like clothed in that? Because when you're connecting, you need to have, it's a prop, but how do you get that emotion in your eyes? You need to have some, and the baby chosen was so beautiful.
And Nilima, the prams, where the babies, they were gorgeous. It made
That's
you
what I was
feel
saying.
like you were in that age.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Emeka is
Treta youth.
a student. Emeka or Emek, sorry, Emeka is probably his name. Again, he did such a very quiet guy, very shy boy, shy student. In fact, he wouldn't even come into photographs. His friends were laughing. They said, no, Emeka is very shy. Because I wanted to take photographs of him. He didn't want to, but eventually he grew. I could see within the transformation in him as he started making, once he submitted the third cradle, because I went to see the first cradle and then we were zooming, etc., to monitor things. When I went to see when the three cradles were made, you can see that he wanted to be in the video, not because of pride. I think it is because he realized the significance of what he made and he started believing in himself. And what we don't see in through this, like I have gained some confidence in myself. Similarly, there's so many people, the trickle down effect. Emeka, a 20, 21-year-old student, having made these three cradles, you see that pride in him, which has given him confidence because he's now putting it on his CV to say, I have made these props for a real project.
It's ownership. It's the ownership that, look, I was a part. And Nilima, you said everybody played important. So another person who played very important part is our project manager, Shivali.
Yes.
And for days and months, can you get this thing done? Can you get that document done? She was running
So
also
it is
like
putting all of those, so Shivali putting things beautifully to make it easy for us to understand how different departments are connected. because we're all
Correct.
working in isolation. I'm doing what I'm doing, Ranuji is doing what she's doing, Rohan and Shruti are doing what they're doing. But to put all the schedule together, to give this to the other team, which is the props management team, for them to understand what to bring where, it is a lot of logistical detail that can never be overlooked. Without that, it can't happen. The actual
And talking
oh, there's Shivali. There she
talking
is.
about her, she is here.
Yes,
Shivali,
so that
landscape your
wouldn't
video.
happen.
Landscape your
And
video so we can
and she
spotlight
puts it so
you.
beautifully as well, because she makes it in a format where you don't feel like you're reading some trash. I mean, sorry. I mean, it's so colorfully coded that when you read it, you feel like, okay, this is where it comes. So yeah, there you go, Shivali. Yes. Yes.
Shivali, if you landscape your videos, then I can highlight you, spotlight you, so you're just like everybody else, landscape. Just flip your.
I'm very sorry, but I'm on my phone, so I can't switch
Oh,
it.
you can't. Okay.
I
Flip
can't
it.
switch it.
Just flip it. It will work. Just flip it.
I might
That's
be
it.
upside
Yeah,
down.
yeah, you're landscape now, and now you're lopsided. You're landscape
Oh
just
yeah.
now. Okay, stay portrait. Don't worry. So
Don't
here is
worry.
our.
One moment. One moment.
Yes.
There you go. Is that
Yeah, you
better?
are deaf. Beautiful. There you are. That's our Shivali. So Nilima was mentioning, and earlier we mentioned about the role. Ranu Metaradia played, Nitin Palan played, Nishit was here early. He showed us, Nilesh, Alpesh, the whole gang, Rohan, Shruti. Here is one of them as well. The project manager Shivali here, who, like Nilima said, had to be in touch with every department and make sure each department talks with each other, makes the schedule, makes the document. Shivali, how was the experience for you yesterday?
I mean, look, everyone, and it's I'm gonna say a special hello to Nilima, and I can't believe she's standing today. But you know, it was a really good experience. I think we've all learnt so much. It was incredible. And you know, to be honest, actually working in the backstage area yesterday, making sure that they were all lined up in their scenes, ready, out their changing rooms, you know, all of this kind of stuff. I think that's really what made it a success. Everyone was so cooperative backstage as well. Every single performer, every single artist, from dancers to the children, they just got on with it. It was just beautifully, it all beautifully came together through teamwork. And I don't think any of us can take any credit for it, because we all just worked. I mean, Alpesh woke up this morning and said, you know, we made lots of funny errors, as everyone knows, in rehearsals. We didn't have dancers there on time. We didn't have actors there on time. Some missed weeks, all of this. But you know, when it mattered, everyone just pulled together. And I think everyone just put on a brilliant show. So excuse the fact that I look probably very tired. Nilima, like I said, well done for looking amazing. Well, even the next day.
Excellent teamwork. As you said, Shivali, excellent teamwork.
Absolute teamwork.
It came out flawlessly. A fantastic musical. Congratulations to everyone in the team. It would have been teamwork.
Thank you so much.
Shivali, some of the works that people don't know, she has also got to put paperwork in place, then get the paperwork assessed, then log it, and then put it back again. Then she was also in charge of BOPA, which means children regulation, authorized with the local authority, pick up of the children, registering the children, handing over the children, amidst the duty, because yesterday she got one extra job. Apart from backstage, sometimes she had to be part in the front stage as well, meaning she had to make sure the artists were ready and actually being pushed onto the stage in one of the wings. So it wasn't just easy all the time. And then the biggest challenge was allocating the dressing rooms for more than 200 people. How was that, Shivali?
So we had a plan, but a couple of weeks ago, we actually went to the Albert Hall just to try and do this walk around to see if we captured it. Captured all the changing rooms, allocated it all, because by that time we had a full cast, obviously. And then this week, the week just gone, things changed, and makeup needed one specific room, and all of this stuff. Now you think that the Albert Hall is actually quite big. Unbelievably, we ran out of space, which meant that coming early in the morning, we had to redo the whole plan again and allocate accordingly again. So we had about 4 attempts of it. We got it on the fourth time round. And then we just kept it going. So I think it was a lot of thinking on your feet, telling people to just move around a little bit. But I think we got it in the end, and it all worked out. It was entertaining. A venue like Albert Hall, and we run out of space. You can imagine what we were going through.
So Shivalo, it wasn't that Albert Hall was not big, it was our entourage was far too bigger.
Yes, it was.
Albert
That's
Hall,
exactly it. But can I just say, highlight the fact that the Albert Hall staff were fantastic. They were so accommodating, and they were brilliant. And the other point is that the children, we talk about BOPA and the children and all of that. So we had a chaperone, Sharla from Westminster Council. She was a very nice lady, very happy with our children. And they actually had one of the nicest rooms in the Albert Hall, the 1871 bar. I say it's a bar, but it's more a lounge, and the children were really looked after there, sofas and lighting, and it was really lovely, a very nice chill out area. The only downside to that was they didn't have a screen, but they were quite happy to have a room where they could run around and all of that. So, but a massive thanks goes to the Albert Hall staff as well, who were so accommodating.
The downside, Shivali, is that they would throw a tantrum at their parents because when they go back home, they would say, we need a lounge like what we had in Albert Hall. It was the most luxurious place to be at.
Yeah, I've already had that from both my boys. So yeah, you're right about that.
And of course, talking about both the boys, your hubby Alpesh was lead in the props flow and backstage logistic. Both the children, one in a main scene and one in the little Hanuman scene. So the whole family was actually involved in it.
I think the only way that I personally have managed to be part of this fantastic event is to get the whole family involved. It was a real true family affair, and there were so many moments where we think we're all in it together. It was a really nice experience to do as a family together.
Yes, and so what memory will you take from this project? What was exciting for you over there? What was challenging?
Many challenges, but I'll do the most memorable thing is actually yes, we're obviously working with a fantastic cast. The artists, Rohan, Shruti, all of them. Ranu Auntie, Nilima, Nil Shankar, I mean, the list is endless, working with the fantastic team. Of course, the challenges were, getting people ready and on time and all of this. But a real highlight for me was actually seeing my 2 boys on stage. Well, one of them definitely on stage, and one at the front as a little monkey, and his true character of being a little monkey. But yeah, that's a highlight, seeing my kids being able to be part of something so special.
You forgot one more boy. You had 3 boys there,
Well, yes, of course. How can I forget my husband? I couldn't do it without him. I think he was the backbone of everything. Why are the props coming on late? Are they there on time? He put up with a lot of stuff. From the logistics of even collecting the props, making sure that he had a team behind him to get the props correctly positioned on stage. I mean, look, without all of us working together, it's not going to. These things don't happen.
He had never done that before. Never
done that before. Never done that before. And then to do it for the first time at the Albert Hall, he had no pressure.
No, actually, he had no pressure when he was after the interval. He was happy because everything was going correct. Before that, every moment, is that going to be right? Shall we do it this way? Shall we do it that way? Can we quickly check the lines up? But he was prepared well because the documents were done. He created his lines. He talked to the team over and over again and walked through the dry stage again and delivered very well. It wasn't just delivery during the show. It was making sure that the props arrive in the morning Then at the end of the night, each props are in a correct vehicle. It wasn't one, just two, it was three, and then other cars where it goes so that it can be delivered the following day. This morning again, they were up and early. I bet they haven't had a sleep, proper sleep. So I think it's amazing work.
Yeah, it really is amazing work that they've done. I mean, he's still going. The one of the vans is still outside the house, so he's still going.
Going, yes. And sometimes the back end people are not recognized because you don't see them in the front end. And the front end will not be there if the back end doesn't deliver things
That
very
is so
good.
that is so true. But one of the comments that he received this morning, and it was actually from my mum, and she made a very valid point. She said all the hard work that you see in the back that went on in the back actually was shown on the front. So that just shows that how much that was evident on the front stage as well.
Yes, it was amazing. And then, like Nilima said, and earlier who were there, Ravan was there and Monidipa was there. Earlier, whoever talked, I mean, they appreciated the whole team in during the last few. This is not just a 2 3 weeks job. The team has been working right from early, actually December 6th and early January, right through till now. But the result is that people want this as a West End show. They want it as a road show, traveling. They want to see even this. The complaint is, why was it only just a one-off, one-day event? We're getting
Yes,
some comments.
that is very true because I actually there were some parents from the boys' school who were in the audience, and they didn't actually realize that Albish and I were and the kids were part of this really good event. And she said, had there been a matinee show, afternoon show, or another show, they would have definitely brought the kids. So it's a shame that they didn't bring the kids. They came themselves because it was an evening show. So hopefully we're able to do this in another venue, maybe during the day, or not have it as a one night wonder.
So many
Yes,
people are asking Shivali that is that the only show who couldn't make it when I was trying to promote the show. They say, is there only one show or are there any more shows? So maybe.
Yeah, I think many people have said the same.
Yeah. So maybe it's a time to think about. I'm sure Neil must have thought about further shows. So
yes, it's coming back. It will come in a different format. It's not going to be lost. Be patient. It's coming because next week is a free show, Trafalgar, and the following week it will be on TV, on ZTV. Then it will come out as a library for education, how to put a production, how to do things, how to bring it in your community. A lot of background activity will be going. Shivali, you did very well. You deserve a good rest after this. You need so much communication to do as well. What memory was, apart from the two children who both did a wonderful job, what personal memory will you take on this on the day and prior to actual day?
So prior to the day, one of the really big memories I will take is the actual piece about choosing the music for each of the scenes. I love music, and actually the going through each scene with the songs, going through the lyrics, and the challenges, and Nilima, if you're still here, the challenges of the brilliant song Aya Anand that we faced at the beginning. I think that will be sitting in all our memories for a long time. But it came out beautiful in the end. So I think that's one thing I will definitely take away. And I will still continue to listen to the song, and I think it should be released because it's a lovely song. That definitely.
So Aya Anand was your favorite song?
Yeah, it was actually. But
you
at the
think
same time, I also liked the scene, the actual song that was sung for the Gurukul scene. I might be a little bit biased because that's where Ayush was in that scene. But that was also very nice. I mean, all the songs were nice. It truly gave the whole musical experience. And I think we've all learned a lot, definitely, musically, from lyric point of view, from actually a production flow point of view as well. So yeah, lots to take away.
Nilima, Aya Anand, you liked as well? Was it your favorite? You need to unmute. You just need to unmute yourself, Nilima. Yeah, you need to unmute, Nilima.
Yeah. So yes,
Yes.
as Bali said, Aya Anand, and yes, it was so funny when we recount what challenges we faced with Aya Anand. But Aya Anand, again today, so it again that is one person we definitely need to recognize and mention. So when the thought process came about how to introduce the birth of the princess, I went about looking for lyricists who can write lyrics. We tried several different options and we reached out. And one of the persons, the first person I reached out to was in fact a friend of mine had introduced me to Girirajji. And she said Girirajji he's brilliant with his Hindi. He's a poet. So check it out. So I put it forward to him to set the context that here is the situation where Dashrath Dashrath and the three queens are celebrating the birth of the princess, and a little scenario about how we are introducing the scene by Shiva and Parvati. So within a couple of days, he came up with exact lines that you have heard. No, no alterations. This is his first shot at the lyrics. And just the starting point when he sent the lyrics to me, when it said Aya Anand, Chaya Anand, Umuda Anand, Barsare Anand, I said, this is it. I mean, we don't need anybody at all because it's just immediately capturing the essence of the feelings that Dashrath and his three queens would have and the people of Ayodhya would have. So then obviously people of Ayodhya come, and then there's a mention of Shiva and Parvati in the second verse. But he was so, I mean, he couldn't be happier. In fact, he posted on Facebook about how his wife was crying when the song was played and danced to on stage. And Nishit. So the song, the lyrics went to Nishit because he's a Rayar guru. So Nishit, again, he loves playing with music with AI. So he first assigned a tune to it, which is fabulous. But then there were problems because the singers, the actual musicians couldn't get a few notes, I think. If I'm wrong, Shivali, please correct me. So I
Yes,
think
and
they could, yeah.
in the long and short
In
is
the yeah.
Anand, after several version was selected. So since you and
Exactly.
Shivali like it,
Yeah.
then we'll put it on Trafalgar Square because she wants
Please
that
do. Please do. It is
coming on,
absolutely beautiful.
and let the world enjoy as well. Aya Anand, Chaya Anand. I like that. So we'll put it on Trafalgar Square as well. Lata, you've got a comment. Go and make your comment. Over to you. Unmute yourself, please.
Well, global namaste, everyone, and greetings and congratulations from all the exciting news that I've heard. Finally, it's coming through. I really feel y'all have done an exceptional job and brought a lot of pride and joy to India and the culture, the rich culture, and given it lived it and given it a new birth. And I'm hearing my son's name, Anand, was the favorite song. My son's name is Anand. So, so many little snippets, but I've got some questions. I've got questions about when did you actually have this idea, Neil, or when did you give birth to this concept? I mean, how
Albert
did
Hall.
it come about? Because
Albert Hall was always in a mind several years back. We actually first had a date in pandemic, but then pandemic came. And then it was difficult to get the date. So one day our Sri Nitin Kumar came and said, Nick, I think we got a date. I said, what? Well done. Where is the date? So he said, this is the date. Then he started talking to a few of the teams. I said, carry on. And then rest is history, and it's there, Albert Hall, which has costed a lot of money. But our producer and promoters from Sri Sanatan Events, Nitin Bhai Pallan, said, let's get it done. Then I said, let's get it done. And in came Nilima, Shivali, Ranumeta Radia, Nilesh Badiani, Alpesh, Nishit Kotak. They have spent almost every day of their life making documents, preparing things for February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, and October, almost every day. So kudos to all the team working very hard, and they've done a wonderful
Well, I'm
job.
just
And
saying that it seems that you've been eating it, sleeping it, living it every day, every moment, especially Nilim.
yes,
And singing it.
And you had a wonderful
you heard
support team.
what Shivali said. You heard what Shivali said, and singing it because Aya Anand, Chaya Anand, she loves it. So we're going to put it on Trafalgar Square. And in fact, not just that song, because 3, 4 of them were generated by AI, and first people who made the next potential music composer was Nilima, Shivali, and Ranumeta Radia at Nilima's house, where we sent, we found whoever it was and we told him, go to this house with your keyboard and go and bring some background music. And that was very good. All these 3 ladies, particularly Ranuben, because she had a perception of what she wanted at the back, then Nilima. So even Shivali joined in and said, I want to be part of that too. And they worked out in some of the scene whether it should be Karunta or celebration, or it needs to be family, or needs to be a shocking news. And it gelled up. And then they worked so hard. Like I mentioned, Nilima then jumped into a prop and outfits. Shivali jumped into project management, which means every department has to fit in. And then she needs to feed out where it needs to go and route it and put her in bed. Ranumeta Radia, who was our original casting director, to nurture people and then bringing artistic director. So several months. The original concept was to be done even before pandemic, but the date was in pandemic. Unfortunately, we got pandemic, and so it's no good. And then this was the first date, and now it's for the public. It was just made for all of you.
But did you always imagine it would be at the Albert Hall, or was it just last year that you were given the green light?
Sorry?
To use the Albert Hall.
No, Albert Hall is just one menu hidden. Actually, Diwali started in the world in Leicester in 1983. So that was so many years back. And it was after Leicester that gave birth to Brent, and Brent gave birth to ISKCON Watford. ISKCON gave birth to Sri Swaminarayan BAPS in late 90s. Because I think 1999, they're the first one, a big one. Now that's the biggest Diwali festival at the Swaminarayan Temple on actual day. And Anakot, which is the following day. Sydney came before everybody. Singapore is the biggest. They actually changed their trains for Diwali. Came New York. Now whole world celebrates Diwali, including
No, I was
India.
asking about this concept of the show at the Albert Hall. When did you actually get the green light to use the Albert Hall? Was that
Albert Hall doesn't work. Albert Hall doesn't work that way. You got to book well in advance. So you need to know well if you wanted a date next year, it's not available. Following year, you got to book now. So you need lead time of at least 12 months to get some ideas what to work. So this team over here, dynamic team, has been working for more than 10 months.
I mean,
Production
really,
like that
this
is not
work
easy.
that you've accomplished, I would say it would take several years to really do it, Say if
So
it
now
was
you
in
know how dynamic this team is.
Bollywood or Hollywood, it would have been a lot more, time-wise and budget-wise. And so
And I think everybody
hopefully
loves
it will bring back its fruits, and the budget will be, covered
Absolutely right,
10
Lata.
times more.
Because it was such a wonderful execution of the production. So it must have lots of planning must have gone in. So you're absolutely right. The concept must have evolved many years ago. The booking for the Royal Albert Hall, everything, and bringing the team together.
concept
Diwali. Yeah.
Concept of Ramayana and Diwali started 12,000 years back. We are just an instrument who are lucky just to bring things, and it is just so all this wonderful. It was these 3 ladies who sat first, jumped in Nishi. At a later stage came Nilesh and Alpesh because they had to make sure so many logistics were done because of rehearsals. So there were so many things. Shivali, you got your hand up? on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I'm really sorry I switched my video off again, but I just wanted to say that actually I think the true show came together only in the last 3 months. And that was when it was all systems go. So I think kudos goes to everyone by actually putting a production on, and it was in 3 months that we've achieved what we did yesterday. I think that is the true timeline of what was going on the stage. So massive congratulations to everyone.
And
Yeah,
Shivani,
I
when
mean,
did the paperwork
what
actually come
Shivali
through?
said, I also heard from the dancers after the show that 3 months of hard work every Saturday, Sunday, or Saturdays, weekends, going from 9 to 5 practicing. So yes, the last 3 months were perhaps the things required
And
to
logistics
make it
had to,
happen. Yeah.
logistics, venue, feeding them, stuff. Riddhi, you wanted to know paperwork. Paperwork was end of November. Albert Hall cannot be done in 2-3 months. There are no dates like that. What Shivali meant was, although hard work had been done well before, in the last 3 months, the practice, rehearsals, and a whole thing coming into practice has been like that. In reality, the final thing was the final rehearsal, and everything was changed, and we just brought it up onto Albert Hall because Albert Hall you don't get for rehearsals or practice.
And the amount of
I think also
organization, coordination that goes into that as well, to be able to make all of those last minute changes, be able to accommodate and adjust to those last minute changes. And the amount of soft skills that the team has learned as a whole as well. I think everyone here has just showcased how well they've actually done their duties, how well they've carried out their works, and the soft skills that they've managed to gain as a result of doing that work. Shivali, you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say it. Talking about the last minute changes. There were so many up until this week. There were so many, and actually, if someone actually came to our rehearsal probably on Friday, I think there was a level of fear that we're going to be able to deliver this the next day. There were many, many moments of what the hell are we doing? How is this going to come together? And is it going to be okay on the day? But the only thing that kept us all going was it is what it is. We are where we are, and it will be fine on the night. And I think it really was fine on the night. But if anyone did see the rehearsal on Friday, it would have been questionable. I mean, it was moments of hilarious. There were hilarious moments. There were shocking moments, and I think
And the
Nilima, you might
hopeless
agree with
moments.
me.
Exact, totally. Oh my God. The difference between what happened on Friday and Saturday is chalk and cheese to a large extent. Oh my God. Friday was different, and Saturday is completely on the spot.
I mean,
But no,
even to be fair, to be
happened on
honest,
Friday.
even the rehearsal that we had, the limited time we had on the stage at the Albert Hall on Saturday, even that made us question it. So many comical moments.
So you couldn't have managed the matinee on the Saturday afternoon. You just
No,
No.
you did it in
debut
record
production.
time. Give it, hats off. And the
Exactly.
three
For a
women
debut
involved,
production,
all the women involved, goes to show a credit to the womanhood and the divinity, femininity, divine femininity power within us. And when it's brought
Yes.
out, the
This
challenge is on, and we can take it.
this was
We can
led
take it
by
right to the top.
this
And
was
so
led by this
I'm
was
so,
led
so,
by
so proud of
talent.
all of you.
This
Well
was
done.
led by talent. Carry on,
Because I
Lata.
love creative things as well. Personally, I've got I suppose we've all got a natural flair, and to have the opportunity to bring it to the forefront, like Nilima had and Shivani had,
and also, to be
it's a
honest, the
wonderful privilege. Huh?
overriding feeling is also you're showing, it's the pride that you have when you're representing something from your background on a
Yeah.
scale and a large stage like that. You don't want anybody to question it. You
And
don't want
it's
it.
going to
You want it.
benefit the whole world, the whole human race. and it's bringing us back, pivoting us back to the origin, of what God created. So it is
So there
very
you
fine,
are,
and
Lata.
working with it.
So there you are, Lata. When women are behind this, look at this dynamic women of the Diwali story. No men could have done what they've done. They were cool dudes. They run the whole show. They knew how to manage the stage, the health and safety, the direction. Kudos to all these women at Diwali Story.
Yeah.
And big congratulations to all of them. Well done.
Oh, Neil, come on. You're part of us. And you should.
Yeah, Neil was the back. I know.
I
His
I call
I
him the
was
voice
just
of God, somebody that you could call and you could run your, yeah, if you're facing a difficulty, it was easier to
he's the
chat with him.
stabilizer and the
Absolutely. He has that kind of voice as well.
Yeah.
the
And
team.
how many times did we pick up the phone and just have a moan as well? I mean, we were getting things. There were times when
I can
we can
imagine.
when we can say that we didn't get it right every time. Even sitting back now and thinking we didn't get it right every time. But look, we are where we are, and a huge thanks to you for being that voice at the other end of the phone. You might be behind a screen now, but you were also the voice at the other end of the phone, just just telling us it's okay, move on.
Yeah,
We've got
absolutely.
this.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Thank you for sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And
But
getting
as a
worried
team,
about things, he has a tendency to calm the situation down. And yeah, I think we really appreciate you being there, Neil, and
as a
seeing your
team,
vision come to life.
And
as
Neil, I
a team,
remember
One of
you
your
also give the faith,
long-term
the
vision.
trust in us that, I remember doing the mayor's show and I was distraught that I haven't got yet the stage organized in the listed building where we couldn't put the stage. And you called and you said, don't worry, you'll get someone local. Stage can be organized. It's a beautiful church. You can do that. So you have that thing to give the confidence to each of us internally. Someone said in the meeting we had at on the rooftop that you give that confidence. That's what we need, the confidence that we can do it. We might be knowing that yes we can do it, but as Shivali said, there are moments when we need the support, and I think
Yeah, we women can't do without the
without it
men
wouldn't have happened.
supporting us.
Not just women. I think, to be honest, it's for anybody to know that
Yeah.
the worst thing that you fear is getting something wrong and it having an impact on the rest of it. And to be told that, you know what, you're a human, we recognize that you're working very hard, but you may be making, if there is a mistake, don't take it upon yourself and blame yourself. It's important to know, because as a first timer, you're trying your hardest to make it work. But if you don't have the experience, even with experience, things can go wrong. But to know that, you know what, you will not be killed if it goes wrong is an important thing to know.
well, it's very important to keep the whole dominoes stable because, for example, Nilima, if you had buckled, we would be without props and outfit. If Shivali buckled, then our documentations and communication between so each one of you were very important to us. Each one of you very important. It was in our duty to your welfare was within us because without that the front end cannot be delivered. Yes, on the day there were a lot of challenges from the venue. They were even baffled with too many people, how the corridors will be managed, health and safety and all those things. But then there is experience, isn't it? With experience there is nothing to flinch. But our three ladies, I know how hard they work, each one of them every day. It's become their full-time work. Full-time they're attending so many emails, answers, documents, so many things. So it's a fantastic team. When there's a fantastic team, then it's nice. It's nice to be a face of a team because you see the body organs are all working in tandem. So it was beautiful, so much learning, and it was good. Yes, Shivali?
The other thing I think that it's really important to address is that there were times when we have to remember from an artist perspective, they also might need support. They don't have, if we just throw them into a production, they also need someone to kind of bounce off. Because
Yes.
I think it's really important to know that yes, they might be used to doing stage productions, but they are working with different people. They don't know how to handle them. And I think many times we, the three of us, Nilima, Rano, Auntie, and myself, were always the sounding board for them. They felt they had someone to just come and say, address things with. I can't make it today. How am I going to manage this? You know, all of this sort of stuff. They
And that
felt
was
they
happening
had
every
someone.
day,
It was happening every
every
single
every
day.
single day.
Every single day we had another issue. And I mean, I was laughing at some point with Alpesh. There were times when I was probably HR, counselor, time manager, stress management, you know, all of this kind of stuff, because they just needed someone that they were able to talk to. And I think the three of us definitely became someone they could turn to during a really stressful time.
And it wasn't as if they just needed to discuss that, then finding a solution, and then worrying that are we going to be picked on? Why was it not delivered when it was? Because people didn't realize that you cannot legislate people's situation. Everybody has got own situation. So again, you guys handled very well. You know,
And you became that for us, Neil. So you became that for us.
yes, it was nice to be there.
Exactly. It goes up in tears. So
I was
yeah,
linked with
everybody needs someone to, you
To
know,
bounce off their concerns, right?
yeah, to ease and bring the comfort. Yeah.
And
So
because I was
be
linked
the
with
balm.
not just three of you, to all the directors, it was easy to know. So tremendous amount of hard work, you know, to constantly, hard work is fun, but then you have had to do documentation that has to be health and safety and compliant documentation, which was again new to partly most of you over there. So it wasn't very easy to carry those things out. Um, it was tough, it was stressful, but none of you buckled. Nilima, you didn't. Shivali, you didn't. Ranuben didn't. Our Nishit, who had to learn so many different facets, he didn't buckle. Our Nitin Kumar, who I don't know, in the last 30 days, even wakes up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and, you know, does questioning and say, shall we get this thing done? Tremendous amount. But look at the result. The result was that there was a production that people think should be in the mainstream.
Yes.
And that's beautiful. It's a
is.
good time to say that we were a fantastic team at Diwali Story, Sanatan, not forgetting Healing Our Earth, Amrita. We didn't give you much chance that we are all in a London-based zone over here. Maybe you can leave Jalandhar and stay in London.
Nilima, I'd like to meet you next week. Please.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and give you a warm hug and a big hug to congratulate you. And yeah, no, now you can sleep a few weeks and rest properly. You
Nilima,
deserve it.
Shivali,
And
and
you,
Ranumeta.
Shivali.
Nilima, Shivali, and Ranumeta Radia are going on a holiday. If you guys want to join it, you know, they are doing a
Thank you,
retreat.
Neil.
Can I
Thank you.
join in? Very
Well, Nilima,
important.
Shivali is saying that by default, all three of you have become sort of mentor, coach, health and safety coach, you know, calming
Well, you
effect,
know what,
soothing.
Neil? Women are usually like that because we're mothers and because we're teachers and we're, you know,
But this
organizers.
went this
And
went beyond motherhood. There were logistic nightmares. I mean, Shivali was, for example, she had to coordinate with 148 adults, 36 children, I think, because with children comes the parents. Then plan out so the children don't disturb the school, and then the adults don't have to take time off. I mean, that coordination is, I know because I was linked with
Safeguarding
her.
issues as well. There is
Sorry?
safeguarding when it comes to children. With children
yes,
comes
so
safeguarding as well. The procedures and processes.
yes,
Yeah. So
safeguarding health and
Our
safety.
Nishit called Shivali a magician. And so because Nishit also gets a copy of the documentation, we would look at it, okay, fine, this is done. And then Shivali will come and say, but this people is out of town and they're not able to come. Okay, just find some solution. And then she had to and fro. And again, she was told, like Nilima, just like you, if something doesn't happen, it's not your fault. You've done the best. Same thing was told to Ranu Ben, and we just find a solution. But look, we did it because amidst not knowing whether our production was going to be ready in time or not, and it wasn't any fault of ours because they were there, we were confident that our show will be very good. And it was, even I feel it was superb. It was so nice watching it from a box as well for a while. Amrita, time to say goodbye and let people know that next week we will be beaming Trafalgar Square live on the screen. And those who are in London and who can make it, get there by 1:30, stay in the queue, and we will see Diwali on Trafalgar Square. 2025, Nilima will be running a marquee there. Shivali is the backstage manager there anyway. So she will be there with some of the team who were here in Albert Hall. They will be down there as well. Some of the artists who were in Albert Hall will be down there. So you will even see her over there. Rani Metaradia will be there in opening. Nitin Bhai will be there in guest marquee. Um, Nishit is in the media marquee. Nilesh Badiani again is the head of logistics there with Alpesh over there. So all the team are there, all family will be there. So next week we'll see you on Healing Our Earth, which will be live webcasting right through till 8:15. 8 o'clock it finish. Well, 8:15 we might have people who might come on an interview. So you won't miss it. And following week we plan to do a repeat. So we celebrate Diwali. Maybe we will show a tiny bit of Diwali story. Diwali story will come on the Z. We love you all. Amrita, time to wind up with maybe Gayatri Mantra or something. Thank you, Shivali. Shivali, of course, is a Healing Our Earth pandemic host over here anyway. So she knows the role. Nilima has been on Healing Our Earth many times with the puppet. Anakul, thank you. Lata, thank you. Anjali, thank you. Riddhi, thank you. And time to say good night from me. And Amrita, take it away and you can close it.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much, everyone. And because on 26th of October, we are having a Globe Women episode, I would like to personally invite Nilima ji and Shivali ji to be one of the primary contributors to share their story of success in their personal lives, as well as what they're contributing to the society and the nation as well. So an inclusive to all the women whom I see on the screen and the men whom I see on the screen and off the screen, everyone is welcome to share their views as we put up another episode. We wish all the viewers a very happy and fabulous Diwali from all Healing Our Earth family. And thank you so much for being there with us, watching us at different partner channels and making this Healing Our Earth platform such a beautiful journey for us to share with you and for all of you to take some experiences, joy with you, as well as fond memories. And with that, I would request Riddhi, can you please close the episode with Gayatri Mantra? Thank you so much.
And I just want to say a massive congratulations to the whole team, not just to be able to manage your internal states during pressure and during stress and lots of things happening, but also to manage a team and also to be coaches, to be guides for others, to be guides for your own team, to be able to guide them through whatever it is that they're going through, to be able to listen to their problems, to be a sounding board, to be able to offer that advice and to offer a reaching out helping hand. And often in these times, it's just we want somebody to be able to listen to us. We want somebody that we can reach out to and that we can trust what they're saying and that they will be there and that they will guide us. And so congratulations to the whole entire team for all of the efforts that each and every single one of you have put in. It's just phenomenal. And regardless of what happened on Friday, on Saturday, it came together and you were all phenomenal. There wasn't a single flaw that we could pick out as being a flaw on the stage, regardless of what happened. And I know there must have been stuff that actually happened, but no one knew what it was. And this is the secret of being able to pull through these times as well. It's that as long as nobody else sees it, as long as the audience don't see it, doesn't matter if there's little faults. Let there be those little faults. because those will help you to grow. Those will be your guiding light to be able to get through those tough times. And you've all done it so, so well. I'm so proud of each and every single one of you. Gayatri Mantra.
Have you heard the saying? Sorry, I just wanted to slip in a little encouragement, which is everything beautiful is not always perfect. So, you know, a beautiful thing doesn't have to be perfect. And that's why we have the backstage, so that the audience can't see what's going on, and the blueprint and the preparation and the hoo-has. But yeah, it all comes together on the front.
Thank you, Lataji. Thank you so much. Riddhi, please proceed. Thank you.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayate